Good morning, everybody. My name is Wynand Wenzel, the Executive Officer at AFROSAI-E, and I want to welcome each and every one of you that have joined us today in this very interesting and interactive seminar that we've planned for you. We've got a number of people that registered for the workshop. I think it was over 150 by yesterday, and people that's joining us from South America and Canada and Europe, Russia, Arabic region. This is becoming more than just a continental workshop. I think there's a lot of interest in this topic, and we truly hope that you'll enjoy the session with us today. Just a short background where this topic comes from for us as a secretariat at AFROSAI-E. In our engagements with CEDAW, who's one of our donors early last year, the topic of gender equality was raised and gender mainstreaming. Asking the question, what do we do as a regional secretariat to ensure gender equality and mainstream gender as a principle in our secretariat? We started developing a policy for us as a secretariat, focusing on recruitment, remuneration and recognition, ensuring that there is fair and equitable and consistent practices applied for all genders within the secretariat. How do we make sure that there is representation in the seminars and in the workshops, within the leadership roles, within the decision-making processes? And what do we do as a secretariat to protect our staff and the people that is part of our operations against all forms of gender harassment and gender stereotyping? So out of this policy that we've developed, Mariana then said to us, but hold on, we can't just do it for the secretariat. We need to roll out this program to the member countries as well. So she started working on a questionnaire to assess the gender responsiveness of the member countries. And that questionnaire was then circulated to the countries, and to date, 18 of them have responded on those questions. And a lot of the results will be made available today, and she's going to share that with you. For those organizations that's not part of the AFROSAI-E community that's interested in the questionnaire, we will also share that with you if you would like to see the type of questions that was posed. And obviously you will also then see the results that will be made available today. So from a policy for us as a secretariat to gender responsiveness for member countries, as also as employers, as organizations, the question then comes, but what do we do as audit officers? Do we audit gender at country level, at government level? So then that added a third leg to it almost in terms of the gender aspect and the role of the Supreme Audit Institution in terms of making a difference in the lives of the citizens. So today's program will be filled with results on the survey, different gender strategies that was developed, as well as then how can SAIs audit the gender aspects at government level. This morning we're going to start from 10 o'clock till 12, giving feedback on what is a gender responsive SAI, what does it look like. Mariana is going to give feedback on the gender equality assessment, that regional survey that I was talking about. Then we're going to go over to the results from the global survey that was done by IDI, the 2020 global stock-taking results, with a specific focus on the results of the AFROSAI-E community. And then IDI is also going to share with us their journey about becoming a more gender-responsive organization and how they are supporting the SAIs. We're going to take a 30-minute leg stretch or lunch, or perhaps some cases it will be a breakfast for some of the people. Then this afternoon we're going to come back talking about the capacity building of SAIs to audit gender in the region. That will be facilitated by the Canadian Auditing and Accountability Foundation, together with IDI, SAI Uganda and AFROSAI-E. We're going to hear from SAI Eritrea, or their journey to develop a gender strategy, the process that they've gone through with Mariana to support them up to a point where they've got a gender strategy in place. And then we're going to close off with breakaway rooms, so talking about how do we develop a gender strategy for the SAI? How do you set targets for yourself as an organization? Also importantly, what do you do to monitor and evaluate whether you're making progress against those targets that you've set for yourself? So we're going to have 4 breakaway rooms. The first one will be on the recruitment processes. The second breakaway room will deal with the the succession planning. The third one will deal with the training and professional development. And the fourth breakaway room will then deal with staff development and staff benefits. I hope that you will enjoy today with us. I hope that this is the start of many more sessions like this, that we can entice your appetite for this topic, and that this will lead for further workshops. Definitely it will lead for further workshops on the HR level with the HR practitioners. It will lead to further workshop and research for the audit portfolios to assist the audit officers to become gender responsive organizations, and importantly to audit that. I'm going to hand over now to Richard Papu. He's from the SAI of Ghana. He's been seconded to AFROSAI-E Secretariat recently. He's been appointed as the Environmental and Sustainable Development Manager. He was supposed to be with us today, but unfortunately he couldn't travel. So Richard is going to join us from Ghana for a few minutes, and then he will hand over to Joshua and then to Mariana. Richard, over to you.
Thank you very much, Wynand, and good morning to all of us from Ghana. I hope we are all very well. I'm so excited to be part of this all-important workshop and discussion on gender. Like Wynand mentioned, I'm currently the focal person for sustainability and the environment in the AFROSAI-E region. So my focus partly looks at the SDGs, looks at the African Agenda, Agenda 2063. Hello? Am I clear? Yes, so my focus basically, all right. So my focus basically SDGs, and I'm also looking at the African Agenda, how we are going to mainstream the SDGs and the African Agenda, and how to make them workable within our SAIs and in our region. So that gives me a lot of joy to be part of this gender equality workshop. Now, from the SDG perspective, gender is one of those things that has a stand-alone goal, and also is incorporated in almost all the goals. I mean, you cannot have economic development without looking at gender equality. You cannot have proper education without looking at education of all genders and consideration of all of the genders. So it is very important that we take a first step to look at gender and then how it can be put into all other places and other perspectives within the SAI's work. Now, in looking at gender, it's also important that we don't just look at it from the administrative point of view. We are not just looking at gender in terms of how we incorporate gender issues into our HR practices, into our recruitment, into our organizational policies, how we infuse them into the organization goals and values. But it's important we also look at gender in terms of how we audit gender issues. Are our SAIs capable? Do we have the capacity to look at gender issues? And when I mention gender here, I'm not necessarily referring to SDG 5, but I'm looking at all gender issues. So it could be gender in terms of education. Is there a balance in there? It could be gender in terms of healthcare, access to healthcare. It could be gender issues in terms of production and consumption practices, gender issues in terms of decision-making. Decision-making at the SAI level, what is the gender balance in there? Decision-making in our communities, within our government setups, how does gender play in there? So it gives me a lot of joy to join this very, very important workshop. And I'm particularly more happy because the kind of resource persons who are going to share with us are people who have had practice with gender over the years, are people who have had hands-on. These are people who we can call gender experts. They have a lot of gender under their armpits. So they could lead us, they could help us and guide us through as a region to see how best to place ourselves. We have people from the IDI, from the CAAF, we have our own AFROSAI-E experts, and we have people from the SAIs who have also started to share with us. So I don't know how else to express my joy in here, but I'm sure we have a lot to learn here. We have a lot to share. And at the end of the session, we are going to find some really good information to send back to our homes, back to our SAIs, and back to the drawing board to see how we can mainstream gender into our work. While I was speaking, I mentioned that we also need to look at auditing gender issues. And one of the ways, or one of the quick ways to audit gender issues is to look at it from the 3E perspective, the performance auditing perspective. So we also have here one of our managers at AFROSAI-E, performance audit manager at AFROSAI-E. I'm going to hand over to him, Joshua Asimwe, a senior, a brother, a friend, a colleague. He's also going to share with you some few perspectives on the performance audit angle to this whole gender conversation and gender angle. So on that note, I want to wish all of us the very best in the workshop. I want to wish us good learning. I want to wish us great discussion, great interaction, and hope that everything works very well. Thank you very much. And I think I would hand over to Joshua at this point. Joshua?
Yes, very good morning and good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are. Thank you very much, Richard Papo. People always ask us how to remember your name. I say, just say the color purple. It's an honor to be here with you discussing some of the agendas of interest, and this is in particular the Agenda 5 on gender equality. And then one thing that for me, I have had people ask and interact when it comes to the agendas is why? Why audit the SDGs? Now, we all know and we agree that the governments have made commitments to integrate and implement gender equality measures into their national policies in order to achieve the SDGs. That is absolutely the first step of the commitments that we see coming in from our governments. But we also do know that the performance audit can identify progress and areas for improvement and can hold governments accountable. The weaknesses in government programs and services relate to gender and its mainstreaming in terms of the 3 E's. Now, someone asks, what are the 3 E's? The economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. And while we are emphasizing the 3 E's, it does not mean that the other audit types are not applicable, financial or compliance auditing methodologies. Why? Because all these provide us with recommendations for improvement in terms of the whole progress that has been made by these governments in terms of this gender equality issue. A few years back, I recall having been in the SAI of Lesotho, And a very good friend of mine at the time, when we mapped out the auditing areas of interest that we thought were of high risk for them, the issue of gender mainstreaming came up. And then I asked them, what is it that the SAI had been doing in trying to audit the issue of gender? But you see, where I come from in Uganda, when we speak of gender, we think in terms of the girl child. And I was told in Lusudo, no, maybe if you want to think of auditing gender here, you need to think about the boy child. Now I know today we are going to unpack so many aspects and angles about this whole gender issue. The question for me that I want, and I'm hoping that the rest of us in this workshop will have to answer or wish to see answered is, why focus on gender equality? We know that it is and does represent one of the 17 global goals, but that's why we're also here today. Hopefully this question will be answered in due course. Why gender equality? And like my predecessors have said it, there are many people who are perhaps positioned as well to share their experiences on this issue of gender. I personally look forward to hearing from them and learning a lot more from them. So I wish to thank you, Richard, from wherever you are in Ghana, for the interest that this area could pick up when it comes to performance auditing in methodology in particular, but most importantly, the fact that we as auditors, we can actually focus on auditing it. Without wasting much time, I would also like to introduce my colleague, also a very good friend, who I say always, when called upon in our times of technical need, is always there to support our processes, but also who's very passionate about gender as well as the well-being of everyone, especially in the areas that we work and in the space as auditors that we are all involved in. And that does tackle and touch on a lot of the gender issues that we're here to talk through today. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to welcome Mariana, and I hope you will also benefit a lot from hearing what she has to share this morning. Mariana?
Thank you so much, Joshua. It's a huge privilege for me today to host this session on gender, and you know, it is actually such a big day for me today because it's the first session that I've had this year that is so big. Yeah. So we hope it's going to go well. I hope you're going to have a great day. It's going to be interesting. We've really lined up a really prestige people of speakers. And I would like to start off today by playing a video that we have developed for gender equality. And the focus of the video is specifically on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 5. We're also going to look at what is a gender responsive SAI, why gender diversity and inclusion are so important, and the steps and building blocks to become a gender responsive SAI. So Chris, over to you, if you can play the video for us. Thank you.
Welcome to the video on SAIs as gender responsive organizations. In this video, we will focus on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 5, achieving gender equality and empowerment for all women and girls, on what a gender responsive SAI is, why gender diversity and inclusion are so important, and the steps and building blocks to become a gender responsive SAI. Let us start off by looking at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 5. The UN explains that gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. providing women and girls with equal access to education, healthcare, decent work, and representation in political and economic decision-making processes will fuel sustainable economies and benefit societies and humanity at large. To achieve their goal of gender equality, the UN defines 9 targets and 14 indicators to measure progress in terms of achieving Sustainable Development Goal 5. Aligned to these indicators, the 2019 Africa Gender Index scores yield an overall gender gap of 51.4%, which means that Africa still has a long way to reaching gender equality. This is where SAIs in the AFROSAI-E region have an opportunity to narrow the gender gap by becoming gender-responsive organizations and by building capacity to conduct audits that contribute to gender equality. Now let's clarify what a gender-responsive SAI is. In short, it is a SAI with capacity to promote a gender-responsive workplace, with equal opportunities and benefits or outcomes for both women and men. The following 5 elements define a gender-responsive SAI. When the SAI vision, values, strategy, and mandate reflect a gender perspective. When the SAI has the necessary infrastructure, resources, policies, regulations, and procedures in place to promote gender equality. When management takes responsibility and accountability for gender equality. When the culture in the SAI has space for women and men to bring their views to the fore. And when gender equality is articulated in all HR policies and processes. But why is gender diversity and inclusion so important? When a SAI has equal representation of women, it can have many positive effects across the entire organization. Let's look at some of the benefits. The SAI will not only be able to attract more qualified and skilled women, but also millennials, as the younger generation nowadays actively seek gender equality employers. Secondly, the SAI will be able to be more successful in retaining women. However, to retain female staff long-term, SAIs need to foster a true sense of belonging and focus on improving inclusiveness and equality in all their activities. Thirdly, gender equality will boost the SAI's reputation, as successful organizations are known for prioritizing gender issues. Development partners and donors are also more likely to invest and support organizations which foster gender equality. A gender-equal workforce will increase creativity, as gender-representative teams can help your SAI's group-thinking capabilities and produce more creative ideas. Gender equality will also improve the well-being of SAI staff. A study by Psychology Today found a strong relationship between gender equality and employee well-being. When we don't feel that we belong, it can impact our sense of well-being and make us more likely to think about changing jobs. And lastly, SAIs will see a positive impact on their culture as organizational culture is enhanced when gender equality is welcomed and celebrated. Now let's discuss the building blocks to becoming a gender-responsive SAI. Firstly, SAIs need to define their gender equality goals in the SAI and HR strategy. Secondly, SAIs can consider incorporating gender equality in the SAI's core values. The third step is to report on gender equality and the SAI's progress in terms of achieving gender equality in the SAI's annual report. Fourthly, the SAI should have a written gender equality policy and an implementation plan for the policy, as well as specifying gender equality targets. Now we get to incorporate gender equality into the HR policies and processes aligned to the employee life cycle. Let's look at the 8 HR policies and processes that can advance gender equality. In terms of recruitment, SAIs could stipulate how they will advance gender equality by setting recruitment targets for women. In the advertisements, SAIs could indicate that they would give preference to female applicants, for example. When negotiating staff benefits, SAIs could ensure equal benefits for both men and women and consider offering parental leave, flexible work hours, childcare leave, etc. It is also important to ensure equal compensation for women on similar levels as men. Compensation should always be fair, consistent, and reflective of the external market. In terms of recognition, SAIs should also provide equal recognition to staff for the achievement of individual or team goals, SAI objectives, and professional competency. SAIs could support leaders to conduct equal and fair performance assessments for both men and women. Both men and women should be allowed to give input to their performance plans, objectives, and targets. Equal and fair opportunities for both men and women in terms of training and professional development is one of the most important focus areas for SAIs to achieve gender equality. When it comes to succession planning, it is important to ensure equal opportunities for both men and women to advance to leadership positions. This will support SAIs to improve women representation in middle and top management positions. To retain staff, the SAI needs to make all staff feel valued, recognized, and appreciated. To ensure that female staff stay, SAIs need to foster a true sense of belonging and focus on improving inclusiveness and equality. And lastly, the SAI should ensure equal opportunities for all staff to participate in wellness programs. Staff wellness focuses on engaging all staff by caring for their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Caring for staff well-being will ensure a healthy, balanced, and fulfilled workforce that is productive and effective. In closing, these steps and building blocks will assist SAIs to consider different ways to advance gender equality, but also to develop their own gender equality policy. For more information about the Gender Equality Program, please contact Mariana at AFROSAI-E. Thank you for watching. Please complete your personal reflection on this video.
I hope you really enjoyed this, and I hope that this video is going to create awareness that we want in terms of gender equality. And if you want to have more information and if you would like to have this video, you can just contact me. It's also on our YouTube channel. Okay, so for now, I would like to ask you a question. So we're going to run our first poll. And the question that I want to ask you is, what do you think is the biggest challenge for you as a SAI to overcome in the quest to become a gender responsive SAI? And we've got 6 options. So option 1 is political will. Secondly, the SAI culture. Thirdly, SAI strategy. Leadership commitment. SAI readiness, and when we talk about SAI readiness, we look at capabilities and resources. And then lastly, staff awareness. So we're going to give you a few seconds, few minutes. Okay, so you can start voting. Thank you. Okay, so how many people did we have that voted? 75 people voted, and the biggest challenge for SAIs to overcome to become gender responsive organizations, according to the poll, is leadership commitment, followed by the SAI culture, and of course the SAI readiness following that. Thank you so much. Okay, we've got a good idea now. Okay, so following up on this poll, I think it's very important that I share with you the feedback of the AFROSAI-E gender equality assessment that we did in August. So the focus of the gender assessment was, firstly, we assessed 3 parts. So the first part is that we asked, what is the political will in terms of gender equality? How open is the SAI culture for gender equality? What is the leadership commitment of your SAI? How aware is staff of the whole issue of gender equality? And of course, then we also ask questions about SAI readiness. And the second part of the survey was in terms of mainstreaming gender equality in the SAI HR processes and policies. And the third part of the assessment was to collect gender statistics per level. Okay, so just a general overview of gender in the AFROSAI-E region is that we have quite a lot of women AGs in the AFROSAI region. As you also saw in the introduction video, all the beautiful pictures of our beautiful female AGs. So currently Angola, Botswana, acting in Lesotho and Ethiopia, Kenya, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, South Africa and Zimbabwe is headed up by female AGs. And then according to the participating SAIs with more women than men, currently Botswana, Lesotho and Namibia. Okay, so this is a very interesting slide that I want to share with you. In general, this is the gender distribution per level in our region. And it is the participating SAIs and the percentage of women. So you can see here, overall, if you look generically, you'll see that the men and women ratio is 34% women and 66% men. On the operational level, 37% average women, team leaders 24, middle management 27, director level 20, and 33% DIGs or assistant auditor generals. This is an overview on the percentage of women per level in our region. Okay, so when we look overall at the responsiveness in terms of gender in the SAIs in our region, the biggest challenge, according to the assessment that we did for SAIs, is really to integrate gender equality in the SAI strategy, because there was only 47% people that felt that it is it's being done and it's possible. And then also another challenge is the SAI readiness. In terms of the assessment, staff awareness is quite good on 60%. And the political will also is quite interesting, 62%. So when we go into the more detail of the questions of political will, for example, so we ask, has the government enough budget? My country has a national gender equality policy, and then also the integration of gender equality in the projects mandated by my country. we'll see there's quite a positive response, except for the budget, that was only a 55% positive response. In terms of the SAI culture, a very balanced view on the questions that we've asked there. It's around 58 to 60. When we talk about working environment for my SAI has improved for women over the past 2 years, 60%. Positive response, my SAI has a reputation for promoting gender equality. Also 60%, my SAI's reputation for integrity in terms of gender equality, also 60. And then gender issues are discussed openly by men and women in my SAI, 58%. Then in terms of the SAI strategy, it seems that it's quite still a challenge, or SAIs are not there yet. So the questions that we asked there is the SAI reports on gender equality in the SAI's annual report, only 46% positive response. Gender equality has been defined in the core values, 46%. And gender equality goals are defined in my SAI strategy, 51% positive response. In terms of leadership commitment, I know the poll showed that is the most critical and challenge for SAIs at the moment, but what we saw here is 58% positive response on the survey, where the SAIs in our region said that senior management takes responsibility for the implementation of our policy on gender equality, or for promoting gender equality if there's not a policy. Then the SAI readiness, I think this is a big concern in terms of the assessment. Now the questions that we ask is, does the SAI have the technical resources, the financial resources, and the human resources? And the response is a bit low, especially in terms of financial resources, to really become a gender responsive organization. Staff awareness, quite positive, 61 and 60% in terms of SAI staff can give ideas on how to improve gender equality, and SAI staff can voice their opinions on how to improve gender equality and diversity in the SAI. So overall, that is the response. Now, when we look at one of the other questions is, to what extent have SAIs developed and implemented a gender policy and plan? And this information actually comes from the ICBF questionnaire. So this 13 SAIs indicated that they do not have a gender policy. 8 SAIs reported that they have developed a gender policy, but it needs improvement. And 5 SAIs said that they have implemented their gender policy and that they are fully satisfied with that. Okay, so the second part of the questionnaire was all about to what extent has gender been incorporated and integrated in the HR policies. And so we listed all the HR policies that you can integrate gender in. And what you can see is that it is really difficult for SAIs that participated to integrate it into their recruitment processes. You can see there's only 62%. And then also in terms of training, it seems that there's quite a good integration in terms of training and performance management, as well as remuneration. So that is very positive. And then succession planning. Succession planning, maybe I can just, for people that are not HR, succession planning means actually promoting people to leadership positions or manager positions. So that is succession planning. 72% positive response, as well as retention. Okay, so thank you so much for watching the results. So what I would like to do now is to ask a very interesting question, and I cannot wait to see the results. So the question that I want to ask is, what do you think is a good gender ratio in a gender responsive organization? Do you think that 30% women is good, 50%? 70% or 90%. So I'm going to open up the poll. If you can start it for us, thank you so much. Okay, this was a quick one. How many people responded? 76 people responded. Thank you so much. And overall majority said 50% of women. And absolutely, that is what SAIs could strive towards, that we have 50% women. You know, it's also very interesting that I found we run the culture values assessment in a different SAIs, and it's not always, it's not healthy to have, you know, a SAI that is too many women or too many men. There should be an equal balance, and I think that is where SAIs should move towards, to say that we would like to have a really balanced representation of gender. So I want to thank everybody for their participation. And what I would like to do now is to give over to Camilla. So Camilla is going to talk to us about the 2020 SAI Global Survey and the stock-taking results with a specific focus on AFROSAI-E. But before I give over to her, let me just quickly give you an introduction. Camilla is an IDI Global Foundations Manager. She led the work on Global SAI Stock-Taking Report and acts as a gender champion in the Global Foundation unit. She joined IDI in 2014, and she worked with the Inter-SAI Donor Corporation and the development and consolidation of SAI PMF. During 2017 and 19, she was also integrate expert in the GIZ program on good financial governance in Africa, and also supporting SAIs in the AFROSAI-E region. Before she joined IDI, she worked in the Norwegian Audit General Office, where she was a performance auditor. And she also partook in the SAIs cooperation with AFROSAI-E. So welcome, Camilla, and thank you for your time. I would like to give over to you then. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mariana. I'm very excited to be here today, and thanks for inviting us and for giving us the opportunity to present the results related to gender equality from the Global SAI Stock-Taking Report. Now I'm going to start with, I cannot see my presentation here, but so as soon as we start having the presentation up, I will start to give it. So as you probably, some of you probably know, the Global SAI Stock-Taking Report was published last week. So it's just fresh from the press, really. And we're very excited to share the results with you. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about some of the global results on gender from the Global Stocktaking Report. And then I'm going to move on and talk about some of the results on gender from the Global Stocktake, specifically for AFROSAI-E. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we have some main messages from the Global Stocktake Report regarding gender. We see that gender composition is overall balanced, but there is a regional variation. We see that gender balance does not necessarily translate into senior management and heads of SAIs, but that it is in fact improving. And globally, less than 1/3 of SAIs have objectives related to gender equality. And when we look at the different regions, we see that AFROSAI-E and PREFIAF are the front runners in incorporating gender aspects in their SAIs operations. However, globally, only 10% of SAIs have used a gender analysis to inform their strategic plan. And of course, this will affect how they perform in relation to gender equality overall. So going on to the next slide, we'll first be looking at gender composition in SAIs. So, as I was mentioned, overall, gender composition is quite balanced and has been for the last 10 years. So we looked back at the first global stocktake done in 2010, and we see that there has only been smaller changes in terms of the composition, which can also be due to the composition of respondents. So overall, in 2020 report, 49% of SAI staff, all types of staff, are women. And since we started the first stock taking back in 2010, there's been a slight increase in male staff. When we look at professional audit staff, this has also been quite balanced for the whole period. However, as I was saying initially, gender balance does not translate to senior management and heads of SAIs, although it's improving. So let's look a bit at this and look a bit closer at the next slide. We do find that there is still male dominance in leadership positions in all regions. So for all regions, there is male dominance when it comes to leadership positions. And perhaps the only exception is AFROSAI, where there is also a female dominance of staff overall. And probably this is something you can also see in individual SAIs where leadership may be more prevalent for women in those SAIs that already have a large proportion of female. So globally, the gender ratio when it comes to heads of SAIs is 29% female versus 71% male in this last stock take. And as you see, we operate with a more broad categories than you did, or Mariana just presented in specifically to AFROSAI-E. Of course, when you do the global stock take, you have to establish some very broad categories, and you have to make sure that everyone puts in, of course, their own understanding of it, but that we have some analytical categories that we can all relate to. Well, for example, in AFROSAI-E, you have a much better understanding of what are the different types of middle management, senior management. So we operated with heads of SAIs, senior management, professional staff, and then we also operated with support staff. So all the numbers that you're seeing here takes this into consideration. It is an improvement, as I was saying, also with heads of SAIs. Compared with the 2017 global stock take, there has been a slight increase. We also see that female representation is on a level slightly higher than comparable public sector roles. So when heads of SAIs are approaching 30% and also senior management positions within the SAI is approaching 40%, then we can see also that compared to other sectors, for example, parliaments or other public offices, this is a bit higher, slightly higher, 3 to 5%, but still it's a bit higher. So as you can see from the slide here, 39% of senior management positions are held by women. And when we look at income level groups, which we have analyzed the data against in the global stocktake, we also see that this proportion is actually lower, with 19% of women in senior management within these lower income countries. And as you can see, it's a tendency also in all regions that the female proportion of is lower. And I think that it's important to point out that when it comes to senior management positions, while heads of SAIs often are very much affected by the institutional regulations, laws, and also political environments in terms of appointment and tenures, when it comes to senior management, this is where we think that that SAIs really can do something to improve the gender balance, because obviously this means that they can focus on promoting gender equality, but also can focus on improving SAI or focusing SAI leadership on being more gender equal. So moving on to the next slide, I'll be talking more about promotion of gender equality at the institutional level and the results we have in this area. So at the global level, we see that 1/3 of SAIs include gender issues in their strategic plan. Equally, as I was just saying initially, only 10% of SAIs use the gender analysis to inform their strategic plan. So it could perhaps imply that although the will is there, the real knowledge about what is needed is not there, although 1/3 has included gender issue in their strategic plan. When it comes to tools that SAIs can use to promote and assure gender equality, 29% of SAIs globally have a gender policy, and 15% of SAIs have a gender strategy. We also ask SAIs on whether they have adopted a policy to promote inclusiveness and diversity, and 34% of SAIs have done this. We also asked SAIs whether they see a need to address any gender inequality in their SAIs. So for example, like if you see that senior management is dominated by male or male staff, or even the other way around, whether you see a need or want to put in place some measures to correct this. And almost 40% of SAIs who responded to the global survey actually responded that they didn't see this as necessary to address. And finally, another point is that we have asked SAIs about whether they have some kind of gender focal point, a gender unit, a team, or some arrangement on this. And actually 40% of SAIs globally have this. And what is interesting again here is that we see that SAIs in low-income countries more often have some kind of institutional arrangement for promoting gender equality. So that means that they're in some way more committed to making the institutional arrangements to promote gender equality. So moving on to the next slide, I'll be talking about how SAIs integrate gender equality into their audit work. So what we saw here is that while a growing number of SAIs are committed to integrate gender and to promote gender equality in their work or in the institution and in the organization, when it comes to integrating gender into their audit work, the numbers are slightly lower. So 1/5 of SAIs commit to integrate gender equality specifically or directly in the strategic plan. But when we look also at the translation of these commitments, we see that 24 SAIs of SAIs, not 24 SAIs, but 24% of SAIs, almost the same as, or slightly higher actually than the commitment, undertook some kind of gender audit, which is actually an increase from 2017. 18% of SAIs audited the Sustainable Development Goal 5, which AFROSAI-E's video talked about, and 16% of SAIs globally did other gender-related audits. Finally, we asked about mainstreaming of gender issues in audits, and we see that the numbers here are very low, 14%, and so this is a very rare practice so far. So as you can see, while there is a growing commitment to gender, which of course should happen both on the organizational and audit level, numbers are slightly lower here on gender audits, and there are some regions in specific who are better at or have been doing more gender audits, for example, all ASEFs. So those are the main findings. And I also want to say that, you know, in order to do any of those things that we see here, it's necessary, of course, to have the capacity and the knowledge and understanding of gender and what it means. And so far, our findings suggest that few SAIs have been undertaking capacity development initiatives or support schemes to develop their capacities in terms of understanding concepts and issues related to gender equality, or to understand better how to integrate audit in gender in their audits. And also, but we see what is positive is that more SAIs are actually planning to do this in the future. So next slide, please. Yes, this was just what I was just saying, and the next slide also will show you just some numbers more here. So 22% of SAIs has committed to develop their competencies, and but as you see from this slide, the numbers are very low. Less than 10% have actually done something. And also in the InterSAI, we are very much dependent on peer support and provisions of support from other SAIs. And actually, it's just a couple of SAIs who have been able to support others in gender-related issues directly. So with this, I think I'll move on to the next slide, which is about gender in AFROSAI-E. So just to say before I start presenting the numbers, now we had 18 SAIs from AFROSAI-E who responded to the survey. So in terms of, there were some numbers in Mariana's presentation, which could, but she was more presenting on the number of SAIs in AFROSAI-E who were doing one thing or the other in relation to gender, while we present this more in relation to percentages, because this is the way we do it here. So, but of course, you know, understanding what is behind those numbers, that's where you come in. That's where the region is. That's where the region has the best knowledge and understanding as well. So these are more some key numbers that we can extract from our global analysis, and because we break down all the numbers on regional level. So what we saw from those who responded to us is that in AFROSAI-E, less than half of the staff is female, but there's been actually a small increase since 2010. And numbers indicate an increase in female heads of SAIs in the region. And of course, again, you know, these numbers are ever changing, but I think the presentation that we got this morning was a good indication that there are lots of strong female heads of SAIs within AFROSAI-E, and that's a region leading by example in a way. So when it comes to those senior management positions, again, as I was saying, AFROSAI-E has a different way of portraying these because you are including all the different levels of management. But when we only look at what we have defined as senior management, these are a bit lower than global numbers, but we also see that there has been an increase also here since the last stock taking. So going on to the next slide. When it comes to strategic and institutional gender focus for AFROSAI-E, it's very positive to see that 28% of SAIs in AFROSAI-E actually conducted a gender analysis as a starting point for the strategic plan. So I just want to add that in the survey, we asked people about, or we asked respondents about also what kind of basic or like basis information what kind of analysis they undertook. And under this gender analysis, one of those tools that they can use to inform themselves. And as I was saying also earlier, only 10% globally, so AFROSAI-E is much higher on that level. 33% of SAIs that responded to us had a gender policy, 28% have a gender strategy, and 44% of SAIs had a gender focal point unit or team within AFROSAI-E. And also more than half have integrated some kind of gender aspect in their strategic plan, and that's also very positive. So you can see that AFROSAI-E, when it comes to strategic and institutional gender focus, is a bit higher, although it's not necessarily translated into the gender composition. It means that they are addressing it, and I think that's very positive to see that you in AFROSAI-E are doing a lot to promote gender equality at the institutional, at the organizational level. So moving on. When it comes to integration of gender in the audit work, as I said earlier, the focus on this is rather low. So again, when it comes to asking specifically on commitments in the strategic plan, we see that 56% of SAIs within AFROSAI-E responded that they are committing to integrate gender equality in the audit work. And 28% of the SAIs said that they did some kind of gender audits. Only 11 of these focused on the SDG 5, and 28% report that they did other topics related to gender. Also, one of AFROSAI-E again is one of those regions who draws up a bit the results on gender mainstreaming, because 22% report that they mainstream gender issues in selected audit subject matter. So of course, in a survey like this, we must assume that there is some kind of strategic and systematic approach to it. But also keep in mind that when we look at these numbers, that when it comes to integrating gender in audit work, this is something new for most SAIs and for the SAI community. So of course, like how well established these practices are is something that we cannot see from this, but we can see that there is a willingness and there is an effort to do it. So yeah, and we see that that's very positive. For the last slide, I think. Yes, I think also I just want to say thank you for your attention. So I'm not sure whether we have time for any questions, but I'm sure that you can also post some of your questions in the chat if there is something that you would like to know, and I will try to respond to those as well as I can. We can also do that, because in the interest of time, I guess we could perhaps do that also, just that I can respond to you in the chat if possible. And with that, I just thank you and hand over the floor to Mariana again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camilla, for that information and for the results. That is very interesting, specifically because in our assessment, we did not include questions on gender in audit work. So this is very, very valuable to us. So thank you so much. So we do have some time for questions. What we're going to do is we're going to see the questions that came in after my presentation. And then also I see there's some questions also coming in for you, Camilla. So I'm going to ask Joshua to read out the questions that we received earlier on, and we'll see how we're going to answer them. Joshua, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Camilla, and Mariana, for your presentation as well. I noticed the one question that came to you as well, maybe before we move to yours, Mariana, was there was I think a question to you, Camilla. They wanted to know the source of your data, whether it is coming in from, whether the sources were, I mean, the information was given by the senior management in the SAIs, or whether you actually did talk and gather this information from the staff members. I don't know if you would want to take a quick response to that, Camilla.
Yes, thanks, Joshua. That's a good question. Well, just to explain how we do it in the global survey is that we send out a survey to each SAI. So each SAI is a respondent. So when it comes to these responses, these are consolidated responses on behalf of each SAI. So we must assume that senior management in some way have been involved and have approved the response in a way. However, we know that just practically, for your information, we know that what SAIs usually do when they receive this survey is that they actually put together a team often, so that they make sure that they can cover, because what I didn't say so much in detail before, but the global stock taking actually gives you information on a lot more than gender. It covers SAI independence, SAI core audit services, the audit process, the SAI governance arrangement, organizational, strategic management, and so forth, and also communication with stakeholders and capacity development. So in that sense, it only makes sense that a SAI has to assemble a team of their responsible experts within the SAI for each topic to be able to respond to the survey.
Yeah. Thank you for the response on that one. I also see there are some questions mainly speaking to experiences, some different cultural, I mean, SAI experiences. Colleagues from the AFROSAI are saying that this issue of the gender inequality perhaps brought about much by the cultural experiences from their own country. And also there are some who are saying that perhaps because they also do not have the independent mandate to recruit their own staff, that could perhaps be, you know, contributing to the current challenge. And then I think it poses a question as to whether if, say, the SAIs had their own, the mandate to recruit, that then that they would actually focus very much with intent on ensuring equality within their staffing requirements. I don't know, Mariana, maybe this is something you perhaps would want to talk through about, whether from the work you've been doing in the region, you see that because some SAIs cannot do their own recruitment, whether this actually has an impact on the staff establishment and complement within the different SAIs.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joshua, on that. Absolutely, we experience a lot of problems in terms of recruitment. You can also see in the assessment questionnaire, when we talked about recruitment, it was one of the areas that was rated lowest and very difficult to integrate gender equality in terms of recruitment. But to build up your capacity in terms of women in the SAI recruitment is a very, very critical issue. So we're going to talk to it in more detail this afternoon, and how can we do that? And I think that's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, thanks. Great. I think we all can't wait for that particular part of the presentation. There is another issue, another question. I think it's coming in from Bethlehem, and they wanted to know from you, I think, Camilla, especially about who you included geographically in the study from your presentation that just ended, Camilla.
Yes, thank you. I can also just point briefly to what Mariana said and just add on from our experience, because of course, in the interest of time, I've limited myself to only present those things that are related to gender here, because there's so much information. But what I would like to say is that what we saw globally is that 37% of SAIs say that they're not in full control of their recruitment. And obviously this also applies to the regions that were mentioned here, AFROSAI-E, AFROSAI-E, and also others. And of course, we see that this affects their ability to do several things. So one of the things is, of course, to choose who they recruit, but also sometimes it can even give, have an effect on the way that they can promote and retain staff. And this is also one of the, and the reason why I'm taking this in now is that because this is one of the main messages that we have, that there is a real opportunity for SAIs today to look into how they're working to take care of their own staff in terms of professionalization. So for example, like gender audit work, then the capacity, the competencies are really necessary. And also how they link this to human resource management, which I think is very much in line in with also what I saw in the video made by AFROSAI-E. So I think we're very much on the same message there. And I also want to say again that when it comes to these limitations in recruitment, also this is of course closely related to SAI independence. So, and just to respond to the question that you had, this global survey is sent out to all SAIs in IntoSAI, and we had 178 respondents. So everyone in IntoSAI is invited to respond to this, and 85% the response rate we find to be very good. So thank you to all who responded to this survey.
Okay. Yeah, great. I think also most of the comments that I see from my side are that they want to thank you so much for the presentation that you have made, and that's very insightful. I don't know if there's something else you would like to add, Mariana?
I don't think so. I think we've covered most of the questions for now, but please keep them coming in. We will address them as we go through the day. I think let's give over to Petra. So Petra is going to talk to us about IDI's journey so far to become a more gender responsive organization and how they are supporting SAIs. But before I give over to her, let me just give a big introduction to Petra. Petra, it's very nice to have you here, and you have been my ally in terms of gender since the beginning of this year. So thank you so much for your support. So Petra is a senior manager and IDI gender focal point in the strategic support unit. Petra is also a senior manager, and she is responsible for the integration of gender perspectives throughout IDI's work. And she has spearheaded the development of IDI's gender strategy and gender policy. She has a master's degree in political science from the Vienna University, and she's currently based in beautiful Vienna as a regional employee for IDI. So over to you, Petra. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariana, and also a big thanks to you for inviting us to this workshop. As you know, in IDI, we have a big focus on gender issues in our current strategic plan. And I'm very privileged to work as a gender focal point in IDI and also to work with colleagues who support me and this issue so enthusiastically. It is thus a real pleasure for me to briefly present our gender journey to you, and which is hopefully also a nice starting point for discussions later on. Next slide, please. So in the next 20 minutes or so, I briefly want to talk about our own gender journey so far, about our current gender framework, and also give a couple of examples of how we have integrated gender in our own organization and our work with Supreme Audit institutions. And then I would also like to share a couple of lessons learned for us, and based on them also ask about your experience. Next slide, please. Dipping water hollows out stone, not through force, but through persistence. This is a quote from the Roman poet Ovid, and I think it holds very true for our own IDI gender journey so far, because applying a gender lens in IDI as an organization, but also in our work, is not something that has happened overnight. And in fact, it's still an ongoing effort for us. So I don't want to bore you with this slide and the history of what we've been doing on gender issues, but I just wanted to point out that it has involved many efforts and quite some work for us, but we strongly believe that it's worth it and that it makes our organization a better organization. So I will just pick out a couple of things that we did to give you a flavor, and I will come back on some of them later. So, for example, in 2016, we commissioned a first gender equality institutional assessment, which really helped us to orientate ourselves in this journey. We revised our code of ethics to better address issues such as respect, diversity, equal opportunities, harassment, and sexual exploitation. And in 2018, we also finished our work on our current IDI strategic plan, where we have a strategic shift that includes a better integration of a gender perspective. And once this plan was in place, we immediately undertook a gender basic training for everyone in IDI. We established a gender team and also a pool of external gender experts. Since 2020, we have a gender strategy and action plan that is based on our strategic plan. We've started to work more closely with UN Women. And since March this year, we also have an updated gender policy. Next slide, please. Thank you. So let me now turn to our current IDI gender strategy. So the strategy points to the importance of integrating gender into our vision and mission, to why gender matters for us and our work, and how we build on steps already taken. And at the heart of the gender strategy lie our strategic priorities, but we also give information about assumptions and risks and how we will implement, monitor, and evaluate the strategy. So the strategy has two strategic priorities. The first one is outward looking. It is about how we support SAIs to become more gender responsive organizations and to conduct audits that contribute to gender equality. And within this priority, we want to raise awareness and advocate for gender equality with SAIs. We want to work with inter-SAI bodies, inter-SAI regions and other stakeholders such as CSOs, international organizations, but also our development partners. And finally, we want to integrate gender in our support to SAIs under the different work streams. And for that, we also developed a gender analysis framework and guidance to support our commitment to apply a gender lens in this support. And we just heard from Camilla that, you know, doing a gender analysis in SAIs is not very, well, the percentage for that is not very high, but we do think that this is very important. Our second strategic priority is more inward looking at us, IDI becoming a gender responsive organization and leading by example. And under this priority, we want to develop gender balanced human resources, gender expertise and staff competence. And this is done, by the way, with the support of the IDI Gender focal point, but also the gender champions. We also have a pool of external experts that support us from time to time when needed. And we also want to build gender into our organizational culture, policies, and documents. And finally, this is also about sharing knowledge and information on gender. The strategy is implemented through our annual operational plans, and this is based on our multi-annual gender action plan. Next one, please. After having developed a gender strategy, we felt it was also time to update our outdated gender policy. And this policy is really a high-level guidance for our work, and it brings together all our gender principles. It also includes the principle of intersectionality, and this is very important for us, because with that we mean that gender automatically intersects with other personal characteristics and identities, such as age, ability, ethnicity, class, and so on. And this intersection can really contribute to unique experiences of discrimination, and we should not forget about that. The policy also spells out our gender commitments, and this is very important for us. It includes an accountability framework that lays down shared responsibilities to achieve these commitments. Next slide, please. I don't want to scare you with this slide, but it's just about giving you a quick glimpse of what an IDI accountability framework means for us. So basically, it means that each one of us in the organization has a role to play, because experience in many organizations show that just having one gender focal point, for example, is not enough to really move forward on gender equality. So you need to institutionalize gender and make everyone responsible. I'm not saying that this is easy, but it is important, and we're trying. And now let me just give you a couple of examples of how we integrated gender into our work. So this includes, this slide includes our support for gender responsive SAIs. Since 2020, it is mandatory, as I mentioned before, to conduct a gender analysis for each new IDI initiative. And this is done by responsible staff with the support of the gender focal point and IDI gender champions, and in some cases with the support of external experts. The goal is really to integrate recommendations into the design and implementation of initiatives. We have also intensified our work with relevant stakeholders, including UN Women, but also the International Budget Partnership and into SAI regions, for example. We've also started to pilot an SDG audit on SDG 5.2 on intimate partner violence in Uganda, and started to apply a gender and inclusiveness lens, I should say, across our other audits. And Siri, my colleague Siri, will talk more about that in the early afternoon. We have also continuously lobbied inter-SAI bodies to better address gender and inclusiveness. So for example, at the moment, we're really advocating to better include these issues in the new inter-SAI strategic plan, because it makes sense to anchor it there as well. In our redesign of our one of our work streams on SAI governance, we also consistently seek to apply a gender lens now. And Camilla already spoke about the Global SAI survey and stock-taking report, where we also integrated a bigger focus on gender issues. And in addition, we also have gender performance indicators in our IDI results framework. I do believe that this is important. Some of them look at how gender is integrated in the audit work and in strategic planning. I also wanted to give you one example of our bilateral work with SAI South Sudan. Basically, we have started to better integrate gender diversity and inclusiveness issues there. I'm also glad that my colleague Justine and I believe Godwin are here with me today, so they can complement maybe at the end of this presentation and give their view on this. But basically what we wanted to do is to integrate gender diversity and inclusiveness as part of a larger support package. And I think this is very important to stress. It's not just something at the side of what we're doing with South Sudan, but it's really an integral part of it and anchored in the annual project plan with peer partners, which includes AFROSAI-E and SAI Kenya, by the way. There's also a dedicated team in the SAI that supports this. We also drew on some external gender expertise here, both from SAI Sudan and from outside of South Sudan. So I think to have a gender expert from South Sudan was really important. We just briefly mentioned or I think it was mentioned in the chat, the cultural and country contexts that differ so much. So I think it's really important also to work with experts that are from the countries and know the situation there. We did a self-assessment, a workshop. The experts produced an analysis and report that on the one hand sought to enhance the understanding of the SAI and the partners, but also came up with recommendations to improve plans. And I think this is also important to stress. It is really about improving the plans and making the plans better, not to just have an additional focus on gender. I think it's, as I said, this overall package that needs to fit. And then it was important for us to take a holistic approach by looking across the organization and the audit work. We also came up with a gender indicator to assess results at the end of the strategic planning period. I can see that the presentation is moving a bit faster than I'm talking, so maybe we can go back to the slide before so I can finish it. Thank you. I just wanted to briefly mention a couple of good practices that I also saw since I participated in the workshop as well. And one was really the big interest from the SAI itself and the involvement, and also the open discussions about challenges and opportunities, which I believe is really the foundation to move on these issues, to be open about that, and maybe to even start small and looking at low-hanging fruit wherever possible. And we also defined a couple of actions, among them raising the awareness of staff, defining a proper gender framework that works for the SAI, collect disaggregated data, and allocate resources. I think that was also mentioned in the poll or somewhere else, that it is also important to have the resources for that. Next slide, please. I also mentioned that we have this second strategic priority looking really at us. And to just give you an example of what that means in terms of our organization. So for example, on human resources, which is also going to be discussed later on today, we really want to continuously work towards gender balanced and diverse staff. It's not always easy, I can assure you. At the moment, we're trying to work with some external expertise on that and integrate recommendations of this future work into our HR. We're currently also working on an IDI competency framework, which should include gender and inclusiveness dimensions. In terms of our overall governance, we really try to make gender part of our routine. So I think the fact that we now have IDI gender champions with clear profile supporting their own departments is extremely helpful because they support their teams together with the gender focal point. But I think it really helps to institutionalize this issue. The other thing is that we constantly need to raise awareness internally as well. And we also developed an internal gender course that is going to be launched soon for our own staff. Next slide, please. Here, I just wanted to share a couple of lessons learned over the last couple of years. So for us, it really made sense to build on what we already had in place. And we also decided that it was important for us to lead by example. But that also comes with a lot of responsibility, and you also need to walk the talk and be inspirational. But I think it's an important foundation to also be credible as an organization, especially if we want to work with others and influence others, such as the inter-SAI communities, community and the SAIs. Gender frameworks are very important as a foundation, and I think everyone needs to decide for him or herself or for the organization what such a good gender framework means in the context. And it's also important to have the necessary gender capacities, and that was already mentioned that gender capacities are not always there, but yet they are so important. Institutionalizing and mainstreaming gender is, as I mentioned several times before, a journey for us as IDI and for our work with SAIs. Another thing is that putting gender consistently but also wisely on the agenda, both internally and in our work, is important. And that also means that sometimes you have to come in through the inclusiveness angle to also address gender issues. Working with stakeholders is important, and also what I mentioned before, to have this shared responsibility across the organization. It makes a lot of sense for us, especially if we want to sustainably advance on gender equality. And finally, it is important to have the right allies and partners within, but also outside of IDI. And that's not always easy to find. We just heard from Camilla, there are not that many peers who who can give the support or who have given the gender support needed, but it's still really necessary to find those partners. Next slide, please. Here I just wanted to maybe use also the chat function to get a little bit more information about your experience. And I think Mariana has already shared some of this experience through the assessment that she did with the SAIs in AFROSAI-E. But the question is really, how important is it as a SAI in particular to lead on gender and to lead by example on gender? Your experience and challenges in advancing on gender equality, and we just saw in the survey, and it was also addressed in the assessment, that leadership is key, and the support from leadership is key. Another question is, have you started to really share responsibilities across your SAI, and have you found right partners, and what capacities do you need? I think we will address many of these issues in the afternoon, but I just thought it might be nice to use the chat function and maybe post some of these experiences. So let's maybe leave this last slide on, so you can see the questions. And I'm also very happy to answer any questions you may have on our gender journey or beyond. And with that, I would like to hand back to Mariana. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Petra. Yes, very, very interesting, and all the work that you've done. Thank you so much. Yes, as Petra said, please post any comments or questions. We will take them from here. Petra, maybe I can just also let you know that South Sudan has joined us. So if South Sudan, if you would like to write a comment about your experience with IDI, that would be wonderful. Okay, Joshua, any questions? See any specific ones?
Not any that is coming in at this time, Mariana. I see that most colleagues are very grateful for the presentations that have been made. I also see that there has been a link shared by Camila about the Global SAI Stock-Taking Report, so that you could find that on your chat if you want to download and have further readings about that. And there are also requests for the materials for what has been shared since morning up to now. I think that is something you will probably have a way of sending it over, Mariana?
Yes.
The materials?
We are going to share it also this afternoon. We'll put it on the link, but we'll also put it on the website. Then I also want to let you know that we are really social mediating this event as well. So watch out for LinkedIn and Twitter, and also the AFROSAI-E website. We will be posting some pictures and some comments from your side also, so you can look out on the AFROSAI-E LinkedIn profile as well. I don't see any questions. Is that link that was shared?
It's a copy of the Psych-Weight annual book that illustrates implementation of the SDGs.
Okay, that is wonderful. So that is available also now. If you go to the chat function, you will see the link there.
Yeah. I mean, I think it has been a very interesting discussion since morning, and it is very interesting to see the different developments as far as gender equality is concerned that is being done at the global level, the initiatives by the IDI, and also the outlook as seen from the independent information that has been gathered, especially the inputs as to even how the AFROSAI-E region is faring in terms of that particular process. And I think I do agree, like the comments so far have been going in terms of the need to have a general shift of intent and to try and spotlight the issues of the gender responsiveness and equality by our supreme audit institutions, Mariana. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Joshua. So I don't think there is any more questions, and we are ahead of time. So what we're saying is we have a longer lunch time. Not half an hour. We are going to have 40 minutes of lunch. So we can cut here. After lunch, we're going to have a very good discussion on building capacity in the SAIs to do gender audits. We're going to hear from Eritrea about their journey of developing a gender strategy. And then we're going to go into more detail into the HR issues. So please, if there's any more comments or questions, post them, and have a wonderful lunch. And we'll see you in 40 minutes. So thank you so much. Over to you, Josh. Anything?
And I think you just preempted something that I think I see that is coming on through the overhead screen. They wanted some more examples on how you can support SAIs to audit and contribute to these SDGs, especially the one on gender equality. So I think the afternoon session after the break will definitely provide a very good platform for those discussions and more. I also see that Siri has also said that the SDG 5 audit in the OLICEF is a very good example for that. So perhaps you might want to see the work that has been done by the OLICEFs in that regard, colleagues. Yeah. So we meet then after lunch.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll see you then in 40 minutes. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't want to die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't want to say goodbye.
Hello. Hello everyone, this is Noel. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Noel, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I was just testing to see if I was audible.
Ah, yes, you are audible.
go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head.
empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Just stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Swing at a wrecking ball, and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day.
Welcome back, colleagues, from your lunch break. And we're ready to set off with the afternoon session. But before that, I also want to maybe say a very good morning to the colleagues all the way in Canada who are perhaps just getting out of bed. I hope you've had your breakfast and ready to join us this morning. And would like to start off with discussions and introductions to some of our speakers this afternoon. Dr. Siri Helevich, I hope that is how it is pronounced, is a manager in the professional and relevant SAIs department in the IDI, and very much manages the SDG implementation audit initiative especially. And I saw some of the colleagues asking in the morning earlier how then we integrate audit into this, the discussions of the day. She's the new facilitating, she's the new facilitating audit impact initiative and is a gender champion of the department as part of the SDG implementation audit initiative. She provides support to SAI Uganda as well. So I'm sure the colleagues in the SAI in Uganda perhaps are very much familiar with her, and those that are not will be just shortly. And also she has undertaken audits with the colleagues in Uganda on the elimination of intimate partner violence linked to SDG 5.2. She has also worked in the SPMR initiative in the SAI governance department, I am told. So you are very welcome this afternoon, Siri, to the session that we are about to kickstart. And then there is another gentleman called Noel Mbabazi. I think someone I also know personally, and a colleague and a friend as well from my own SAI. He's a senior auditor from the SAI of Uganda with over 11 years experience performing and conducting performance audits and gender audits as well. In particular, he's an auditor certified by the International Labour Organization under the Participatory Gender Initiatives, and one of the pioneers of the gender audits in SAI Uganda. He has supervised about 4 and published 4 of these audits that are related to gender, which have also been published by the SAI. And currently, I think, embarking or doing one. We are looking forward to that particular one, Noel. He has also been very much instrumental in the development of SAI Uganda Gender Audit Capacity Building Strategy and the Gender Audit Manual. So Noel, we're looking forward to sharing with you this afternoon. Yep.
Thank you, Joshua.
So we will start with you. I think it is Noel that is coming on right now. Is it Noel? No, it's Siri, I think. It's Siri. Sorry about that. Yes, Siri, please, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. While we're waiting for the screen presentation, since we have so many HR people here, I should probably also say something about my professional qualifications. So I have previously, before joining IDI, worked as a performance auditor in SAI Norway, and I also have a background working on gender equality as a researcher, doing several evaluations and organizational reviews on gender equality, and I have a PhD in political science. So that was all. So I will kick this presentation off, and then Noel will take over. So basically, we will talk about IDI's work to support SAIs in building capacity to undertake audits on gender and inclusiveness, and also where there is mainstreaming of this. And we will give some examples. So next slide, please. So this quote is just to remind us all of the opportunity that we have at the moment in terms of focusing our efforts as SAIs to contribute to building back better from the pandemic. That this is an opportunity for us to show our relevance to the societies in which we operate and to fulfill the principles of Intosai P12. Now we will do a short poll. So we have one question. So if you can start that, organizers. Yes. So the question is very simple. Do you have any experience from undertaking gender audits or audits on mainstream gender? And I realize that there is also a lot of HR people in the audience. So then there's also this option for you. But just to know getting to know the audience a little bit. So please answer that. So we'll just wait a minute or two for the results to come, I think. Yes, so we see that, of course, there is a large amount of people in the audience that have no experience from this, and also that some of them are working as an auditor, while there is some experience, around 20% of the participants. So that is good. So please feel free to share in the chat as we go along, and we will try to answer your questions as we go along. While Noel is talking, I can answer, and we can also have maybe some time at the end after Marie-Helene has also showed her presentation. So basically, we can divide IDI's ways of audit support related to gender and inclusiveness in these different types. We have support in audits that mainstream gender and/or inclusiveness considerations. We have audits on gender and/or inclusiveness, as goes for compliance audits and performance audits, and we are also then planning for a new initiative where we will also support financial audits. And that is the last box that you see, this Eco Futures Audit Initiative, that I will get back to in my later slides. Then we also have introduced what we call facilitating audit impact considerations that mainstream gender and inclusiveness. And those are clearly represented in some of the examples I will give you, and also in the work that we're doing right now in the ongoing audits on SDG implementation. And you can also read a lot of examples of this in our ISEM guide. I will share that link to that guide after my presentation. We also have the PESA-P ongoing, this professional education of all audit types where gender and inclusiveness is mainstream. And we have several different other guidance material. And we've also made a case for this in global and regional forums that we participate in, such as the high-level political forum for SDGs that we have participated in every year after 2017, with the exception of this year. The next slide, please. Can I get the next slide, please? Yes. So what is gender and inclusiveness in IDI supported audits? What are those? So we have those where we mainstream gender and/or inclusiveness in the audits, and those are the compliance audits that are ongoing. I'll show you a few examples how we do it there. We have 54 SDG implementations audits that's ongoing in various regions. And we have the 73 SDG preparedness audits that mainstream leaving no one behind, the principle of leaving no one behind, which has, of course, a lot of emphasis on gender and/or inclusiveness considerations in those. And those were finalized a few years back. Then we have the audits on gender and/or inclusiveness, which is the SDG 5.2 pilot in Uganda. And we have also the 18 SDG 5 preparedness audits that were undertaken in the OLACEF's region that I just also mentioned in the chat. And there is a summary report that has been written from these audits that can also be useful to look at. Just Google and you will find it. Then we have the Equal Futures Audit Initiative that we planned from 2022, which is an initiative for all audit types, and where we would like to offer SAI support to either try to mainstream or to focus on gender and or inclusiveness in their audits. And one of the reasons behind launching this initiative is that we see that, of course, we want SAIs to see that gender and or inclusiveness can be mainstreamed, or one can do gender and or inclusiveness audits in all audit types. It's not just an issue that is confined to performance audits like it has been with SDG 5 audits. It's something that should be and could be undertaken in all audit types. So we want to offer SAI support on doing that, and we also want to offer them support in doing other types of audits than just the SDG implementation audits, as we see that these are very complex audits with very specific requirements. So maybe this would be a better way for several SAIs, including in the AFROSAI region, to do some gender audits or mainstream gender into audits in those various audit types. Next slide, please. So this is the example of the TAI, the Transparency, Accountability and Inclusiveness Initiative that we have, the TAI audits, which is about the use of emergency funding for COVID-19. So here you have the examples. There are 50 SAIs participating, and we have this integrated education and audit support framework, in which we also have the TAI audit guide and the question bank. Next slide, please. So this is a practical guide, and it mainstreams audit impact considerations to be undertaken throughout the audit. It has a data bank with questions that mainstream gender and inclusiveness considerations. So I will refer you to that guide and the audit data bank to actually look at those questions that you can be inspired by in terms of when you want to explore whether you could do a compliance audit related to gender and or inclusiveness, or mainstream gender and inclusiveness in any sense. In a compliance audit, you'll find this a rich source of examples. And some examples include, for the design phase, will this audit positively impact those left behind? And then for the conducting phase, do the audit conclusions adequately reflect the views and status of vulnerable groups affected by COVID-19? So as we've seen from the pandemic, those groups who are most vulnerable or are at risk of being mostly affected by COVID-19, as it's still ongoing, are often poor women, women who work in informal sector, women who are working in the healthcare facilities are part of the health workforce, as the health workforce is predominantly with women. Next slide, please. So very briefly, what is an audit of SDGs implementation? So I will not go into detail about that. You can read it in the ISEM guide. I just want to focus on the fact that the way we have tackled gender and inclusiveness there is that it's been mainstreamed into the guidance document in the ISEM. And there's also a case study in ISEM related to gender and inclusiveness, which is we are following an example of an audit of elimination of intimate partner violence, which is SDG 5.2. And there are also several examples throughout related to the principle of leaving no one behind, as that is an SDG principle that is to be a requirement for all SAIs that are participating and doing this SDG implementation audit, that they need to mainstream that and have questions on leaving no one behind, and that also includes gender and in that. So for the more details on what an SDG implementation audit is, I refer you to the guide. But this is just to show one example of how we're doing this with the ISEM guide, and you can look there for further details. Next slide, please. Yes. So what does that imply in practice in terms of an SDG implementation audit? And I'd like to give you a few examples that shows how gender and inclusiveness is interweaved with other important principles and requirements of doing an SDG implementation audit, such as the requirement to look at multi-stakeholder engagement by the government in implementing the targets towards fulfilling the SDGs, and also how it's interweaved in the various parts of the process of conducting the audit. So, now we're doing the pilot audits of SDG implementation, but in the future, the SAIs are intended to build a strategic audit portfolio to audit several of the SDG targets and not just one, as they're doing at the moment. So in ISEM, there are specific requirements and specific examples of how this also should interweave gender and inclusiveness, how one should tackle that as an issue as one is building a strategic audit portfolio. And this is, of course, focusing on gender and inclusiveness and those intersectionalities that will often be in terms of focusing on the most vulnerable women, for instance, in a population, or other aspects related to health or COVID that would have a higher impact on, for instance, women than men, and so forth. Moreover, the focus on building back better that we have also put into the audits, that they need to focus on that also, of course, with the examples that I've already provided in terms of how women are more affected than men from COVID-19 would be an example of how one would do that in practice in terms of this focus on COVID-19 and interweaving that into the audit work. Moreover, in terms of stakeholder coalitions, we focus on both that we support SEIs in building stakeholder coalitions in terms of after they have done the SDG implementation audit, but also throughout the audit, of course, in terms of engaging with different types of stakeholders, getting expert knowledge in on the various topics, and also we encourage SEIs to make a small communication plan for the audit that also includes how they're going to communicate and engage with external stakeholders throughout the audit. Moreover, also in terms of mainstreaming gender and inclusiveness consideration, as I mentioned, it starts when building the strategic audit portfolio. And it's also, of course, very important in all phases of the audit and afterwards. And it also includes considerations as to the audit team composition that Noel will also come back to in the case of Uganda and how they did it there. And it's interweaved with the principle of leaving no one behind. And then it's also very closely linked to our focus on audit impact. We understand audit impact as being the SAI contribution to audit impact. So the positive effects that a SAI through a high quality audit report, for instance, on an SDG target linked to elimination of intimate partner violence, could have in the longer run in terms of producing conclusions or recommendations that would lead to some changes in the government's follow-up of those audit recommendations, and then ultimately leading to some changes that would improve those groups that the recommendations are targeted for in the audit. And we focus on the notion of SAI contribution to audit impact, as we of course know that there are a lot of other factors that come into play, and the attribution is also quite difficult to measure. This is also working continuation, as I was as Joshua was saying in the beginning. I'm also the manager for a new initiative of facilitating audit impact, so that is also work that we pick up in that initiative following from the SDG implementation audits. Next slide, please. So just a few quick examples, and you can also see this in the ISAM. So this is just some examples of quick check questions that auditors can do as they go through the process, such as for the audit design, will this audit positively impact those left behind, and so forth. So basically, it takes to undertake an audit of SDGs that include gender and inclusiveness. You have to consider this throughout the entire audit, starting from building the strategic audit portfolio and all the way throughout the audit until follow-up activities, and then starting with the new cycle of strategic planning for future audits. Next slide, please. Yes, so just to mention, these are the ongoing SDG implementation audits. We have 14 countries in the OSS region doing audits of sustainable public procurement. We have the pilot audit in Uganda. We have 40 SAIs doing the audit of the strong and resilient national public health systems linked to SDG. No, sorry, it's actually 30. And then we also hope that there will be more future audits are linked to elimination of intimate partner violence. Next slide, please. Yes, then I will hand over the word to Noel. Please, Noel.
Thank you very much, Siri. Thank you very much, Siri. I don't know if you can see me and hear me.
Yes, we can see and hear you very well.
Thank you. So I'm called Noel Mbabazi. I'm from SAI, Uganda. And as Siri has mentioned, we are supposed to share a bit about the current audit we are doing with support from IDI, which is looking at implementation of SDG 5.2, which focuses on elimination of intimate partner violence. But I thought before I started that I would share with you Uganda's gender audit journey, because we are all at different levels of developing capacity for gender audit. We are a bit ahead of others, but we still have a long way to go, which is why we are glad to get the support from IDI. So Uganda's audit journey regarding gender is a bit easier than for many other countries, because for us, gender is directly provided for in the National Audit Act, auditing of gender. The National Audit Act in section 13 specifically mandates the Auditor General to conduct gender audits whenever he sees fit. So we are privileged to have that specifically in our law. However, even where it's not directly stated, as Siri said, they can be done as different types of audits: performance audit, compliance audit, and even financial audit. So for now, we started doing gender audits in 2012. The first report was published in 2013. And so far we've done 4 audits. The first one touched on ratification of international gender obligations by Uganda. Then we've also done 2 audits which look at how gender is mainstreamed in both national and sectoral policies. We did another on gender equity and budgeting, how gender equity, gender and equity considerations are mainstreamed in the national budget process, both at the planning stage and implementation of the budget. And then we did a participatory gender audit on a local government. The participatory gender audit is unique because it follows the participatory gender audit methodology designed by the International Labour Organization. So I'll be sharing a link in the chat later on of that can lead you to that audit manual developed by the International Labour Organization, which would help you do participatory gender audits. Participatory gender audits are very good if you're doing a specific audit on an institution, either on the SAI itself or on another institution. Now, what are the key success factors for building a SAI's portfolio for gender audit? One good way would be to mainstream gender in the HR policy, the strategic and annual corporate plans, as well as any other plan that is developed by the SAI. Now, for now, of course, many of the SAIs will already have strategies which are running. So if gender has not already been mainstreamed into those, one good way to start is to look at the plan and see how you can fit in gender considerations. However, now when the term of that plan or strategy runs out and you have to renew it or to review it, that would be a very good opportunity to make sure you mainstream gender considerations right from the beginning, as was proposed in some of the earlier presentations. Then also you could develop a capacity building strategy for gender audit. We did that in Uganda. We developed a strategy for building capacity of staff in 2013 because based on our experience of conducting the first audit, we had a lot to learn. We learned a lot on the job, but then we came up with a strategy for how the office would develop capacity of staff in gender audit, and we've been trying to follow it. Then also, you need management support and buy-in. We're very blessed to have a lot of support from our management. They provided all the training we needed. They lobbied development partners to sponsor some of the trainings, because some of the trainings, especially the one to get ILO certification as gender auditors, are quite expensive, but we had a lot of support from a number of development partners. Then it's important to have a dedicated team. Sometimes there is a tendency to rotate staff. It's normally a policy of many SAIs, but especially when you're beginning, it is good to maintain a consistent team that can build that capacity before you now rotate them or reassign them to other audits. Then also, I think someone from Ethiopia has shared about the importance of developing a gender audit manual. I believe that is also very important. We did that in Uganda. We developed one starting in 2016 and completed it in 2017. Only that it only touches on performance audit and the participatory gender audit methodology. From series submission, I think it would be important even for us to revise it and see how we can provide guidance for looking at gender issues in financial audit and also from the SDG perspective. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as they change the slide, I think I'll just start talking on the next point. So the next thing that you would want to know is maybe where one can start from. Where one can start from if they wanted to build capacity. One way to do it is to get in touch with the gender ministry in your country and just request them to come and organize an awareness workshop for all your staff. We did that and they were very helpful. Then, as I said, you can do a participatory gender audit just as a health check of your site to see how you're doing when it comes to gender. There are a number of certified participatory gender auditors in different countries. If you're interested, we could get in touch with the International Labour Organization to share with us a list of all the certified auditors. That can be one good way of starting. Just do an audit of the SAI. Then also you can do trainings from experts. There is a SAMI, which I am sure many of you in Africa know. It's a regional organization that organizes many trainings. You can even ask them to tailor a training specifically for your SAI on gender audit. It's in a number of countries in East and Southern Africa. Then you can use the ILO or some of the universities within our countries, especially the gender studies departments. Then finally, we can collaborate either with experts in gender experts, or even with other SAIs who have a bit more experience in gender. So those are ways we can start. Next slide, please. So now, having given this background on our journey with regard to gender audit and how you can start with your SAI, The next thing is now to talk briefly about the pilot audit that we are doing with IDI. We are being supported by IDI in this audit, and actually our main point person is Siri. She's really giving us very wonderful support in this area. The focus of this audit is SDG 5.2, which aims to eliminate intimate partner violence against women. This area was selected because violence against women is a problem that persists not only in Ugandan society, but in many societies around the world. Several surveys by the government have shown that it is going down, but it is not going down fast enough, the issue of violence against women. When we talk of intimate partners, we are referring specifically to the people who are either husbands or spouses or girlfriends or boyfriends of the people whom they choose to batter and beat. In Uganda, women account for more than 70% of the workforce in some of the sectors like social work and health. And we receive a lot of statistics about women being battered and how this also impacts on their ability to contribute to the workforce. So we feel that when this issue is not properly addressed, it actually stifles the development trajectory of the nation. So we believe it's a very sensitive audit topic, and we are being very careful in how we collect the data in order to have the victims open up to us. It is important to realize that issues related to gender are not just women issues. And we are also looking at how government is trying to involve men in eliminating this practice. Next slide, please. For this audit, so far we have finished the pre-study stage. We are doing it as an SDG audit. It's a performance audit, but since it's an audit of the SDGs, we are trying to follow the ISAM methodology. That's the AFROSAI SDGs audit, is it methodology or manual? ISAM, you'll look it up in case you don't know it. I think we can also share a link to it. So we are following that methodology, but it's a performance audit. And we are trying to, for now we've finished the pre-study. We've now developed the audit design matrix. It's still under review. And hopefully we shall soon get a go-ahead to proceed to the main study. Now, why is it important to undertake audits of SDGs? Joshua explained it very well in the morning, so I'll not go into details. But for Uganda, since we committed ourselves to implement the SDGs, it's important, as we know, AFROSAI took it upon itself to commit to follow up on implementation of the SDGs. We already conducted an audit on Uganda's preparedness to implement the SDGs, and we now felt it was important for us to review the implementation. And although the deadline for implementation of the SDGs is 2030, we felt it was better for us to start as early as possible. We don't need to reach 2028 before we decide to start auditing implementation. So we've started with this gender audit, where we are looking specifically at target 5.2. We are also in the process of conducting a climate change audit, which is not specifically following the SDG methodology. For it, it's following the traditional performance audit methodology, but we are touching on those aspects. So we felt that by doing this audit on elimination of intimate partner violence, if we started early, first of all, it would help SAI Uganda demonstrate that it is a SAI which adds value to society, which is the focus of AFROSAI P12, which is basically a guide or a principle guiding SAIs to do more to demonstrate their value to society. So we felt if we tackle an issue as serious as intimate partner violence, it will give Uganda time to improve, such that by the time we reach 2030, we have a higher chance of reporting that we've managed to eliminate this menace. Thank you very much. I'll hand back to Siri.
Thank you very much, Noel, and it's a pleasure supporting you and the team in doing this very important audit. And as far as relevance, I mean, intimate partner violence is a public health problem in any country in the world. So if you're wondering whether this is a relevant topic for your SAI, I would just say, yes, it is in any country in the world. So just to be clear on that. So just as to end off this presentation, I just wanted to show you how we're doing it with gender and inclusiveness in the ongoing professional education for SAI auditors, the pilot. That started now in August, and we have, as you can see from the region, we have 15 SAIs participating with 220 auditors and 110 coaches. And you can also see the breakdown on gender in general for all regions here. Well, we have a separate module in the cross-cutting paper that is on leaving no one behind, that also, of course, includes gender and inclusiveness aspects, and then all modules that are specifically for the 3 different audit types. Mainstream where it's relevant and possible, and we also have several examples that include gender and inclusiveness. For instance, I have developed some work. I've developed some of the work on facilitating audit impact that is in the performance audit part of this, where we also then have specific examples tied to gender and inclusiveness. We have also focus on the gender balance in the participation. So at the end, we just wanted to do a very quick poll as to the future. Well, actually, sorry, there's one more slide before that. So please, yeah, the future. So the Equal Futures Audit Initiative that I already mentioned, that is an initiative that we want to launch next year, where we want to support SAIs in doing different types of audits related to gender and/or inclusiveness topics. And so this could be a good start for you if you want to do an audit that either mainstreams or focuses on gender, and you are uncertain about how to do it and which audit types you would choose. So we will then, of course, also accompany this with the integrated education and audit support that we're doing for all the cooperative audits that we're supporting, and then also facilitate quality as to follow the SAIs, and then also focus on facilitating audit impact. And this will also, as we're planning and as we will move forward, also will be very important to partner with key stakeholders such as the AFROSAI-E and other key stakeholders that we would usually collaborate with. So it would include both then advocacy and awareness raising activities to kick it off, and then of course this will be exploring and experimenting and having pilots to do this, as we are also learning lots of lessons as we go along, helping SAIs doing these pilot audits for the SDGs and also other audits, and then we will also then of course tailor-made the support. So at the end, before closing off, we just wanted to do a quick poll to see your interest and so forth. So please start the poll. I don't see the results yet. Perhaps they could be shared now. We could close it. Yes. So many, and that is of course anticipated by that. We know that there are several performance auditors compared to other auditors in the audience, that that performance audit could be relevant, and that maybe that is the most familiar. So, but I'm also very happy to see that that 31% has replied all of the above, so that you clearly also see that, you know, taking forward this message in terms of that, you know, you can do gender audits or audits at mainstream gender also in all the different audit types. So we have one final question at the end. Maybe we can close off the poll now. Yes. So, wow, great to see that there is such a big interest in getting support, and also from us in terms of the future for undertaking such audits. So, in the meantime, please look at all the material that we shared and reach out to us at IDI and also to SAI Uganda if you have questions or want to discuss further, and then we'll come back to you later with more plans as we go ahead from IDI side. So thank you everyone, and just please also post questions in the chat throughout the rest of the day. Thank you. Over to you, Marie-Hélène, or to Joshua, yes, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, colleagues. Again, I think it's interesting to see what is coming out in terms of the capacity building of SAIs in the region to conduct these audits that contribute to gender equality. I think it's been very, interesting to hear the journey that the SAI of Uganda has taken towards this capacity building, and also the support that the IDI is providing to them. So yeah, Dr. Siri, I think yours has also been a very interesting insight to this whole process. And like you have said, if there are members out there that need further engagement with you, I'm thinking that the details that have been shared should be used to get in touch with you and the rest of the team. And now we move to Marie-Helena. It must be perhaps before 7:30 where you are, but we're happy that you could join despite the timing. And we're also looking forward to hearing the sharings from the Canadian Audit and Accountability Foundation. So colleagues, Marie-Helena Berube. Berube sounds more like a name from our region here. Marie, I hope you'll, shed some more light. I hope I've also pronounced it right. She's a senior program officer in gender equality and ethics at the CAF. Marie has a master's degree in globalization and international development from the University of Ottawa. During her studies, she had a keen interest in gender issues, specifically violence against women and girls. Marie joined the foundation in 2018, and as a gender equality specialist, she's developed training and tools and works with participants in international programs to help them better understand gender equality issues and how they can be considered in performance audits. But before joining the foundation, Marie worked for more than 5 years abroad with NGOs in Peru, in Morocco, and India as a gender equality advisor. She supported the national organization's development tools, training, and strategies to integrate the gender approach both at the project and institutional level. So colleagues, allow me to welcome Marie to this afternoon and morning for her session. as she shares their insights from the Canadian Audit and Accountability Foundation perspective. Welcome, Mari.
Thank you, Joshua. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, it's quite early in Canada, but I hope my presentation will be interesting and that I will have the right level of energy for you this afternoon, so after the break. So we need a high energy in the room. So I would like to thank you also, AFROSAI-E, for the invitation to this workshop. I think it's a very interesting event. And as Joshua mentioned in my introduction, I've been working with CEF since 2018, and I'm working in the international programs team, helping the SAIs to include a gender lens into their performance audits, developing tools and trainings for auditors. And our main focus is on performance audit. So we'll move to the next slide, please. So the key points of my presentation today. So first of all, I will talk about CEF support to partner SAIs. So I'll talk a bit about our international program activities and how we support our partners. And then I will talk about key consideration when assessing if gender equality should be included in a performance audit. And then I will give a short example of one from our SAI partner that worked on public servants' health insurance coverage, and how do they include gender equality in that audit. And then I will end with some challenges faced by auditors when considering gender equality in an audit. And these challenges were mostly mentioned by our fellows and also by our course participants. I'll move to the next slide. Okay, so in terms of our work, capacity building of our partners, so we do, as I said, trainings and mentoring sessions. So we have a course on auditing gender equality, in which we include some of the important tools in how to assess the risk in terms of if gender equality is at risk in a specific topic. How do we select these topics on gender equality? We also offer mentoring sessions, so on a specific audit, and helping audit teams to include that gender lens to it. We also have tools and resources. So as I mentioned, we have these two tools that are specific on auditing gender equality, but we also have practice guides. So I can share the links later on. Practice guides on how to audit gender equality and how to audit gender equality and the SDGs. So this guide is also very interesting because it includes some key questions auditor can ask when assessing if gender equality is at risk. We also try to include as much as we can gender lens to all our courses. For example, we have a course on project management, a course on leading successful audits. So we always try to include also some key aspects on gender equality, which is quite important to be mainstream in everything we do. In terms of the last one is the SAI Leaders Program on gender mainstreaming. So I will explain it on the next slide, please. Okay, so the SAI Leaders Program on gender mainstreaming, we started this program last year with our 4 partner countries. So in our international program, we work with Rwanda, Guyana, Vietnam, and Senegal. So our 4 partner countries, we have 8 participants in this program. So 4 of them are the gender focal points of their organization. So the program aims to create a positive and sustainable change for our partner SAIs and their staff by helping them foster gender equality and women empowerment. Participants will conduct a gender assessment of their organization. So right now we provided some trainings on gender concepts to these participants. And we also explain how to conduct a gender assessment, and we are basically guiding them in that process with different tools and resources. So it's quite interesting to see the participants moving this project forward. It's a challenge for them as well because they have a full-time position, and they also have the focal point on gender equality, which is a lot of work to conduct this gender assessment, So they've done like a survey with staff members to understand better their perceptions on gender equality. They also conducted some interviews with staff members. They did a desk review looking at internal documents and how, if there's anything on gender equality, is that mainstream in our internal documents? So they looked at these, and it's really great to see how they learn so much and through that process. And they also exchange a lot of information, a lot of knowledge and experiences among each other, even if it's for different countries, but they have also some similar challenges. And the next step will be to develop a gender mainstreaming strategy and action plan. So I'm quite excited with this program. I'm leading it, and it's very interesting. So that's why I wanted to present it today. So we'll move to the next slide, please. So now I will get into more the performance audits aspect and how we looked at gender equality. I know we have a lot of human resources staff in the room, but I hope I can explain all these aspects in a very more plain language, because sometimes I get that it can be very technical when we talk about auditing. So on this slide, I just want to explain, so how can auditors contribute to advance gender equality, which is quite key to understand why is it important and why auditors should make this topic as a priority. So it's to provide independent information for holding government accountable for achieving gender equality. And I saw in the comments earlier, some people were mentioning the national commitments, international and national commitments on gender equality, and to hold government accountable for these. Also, they can contribute by insightful recommendations for improving gender equality, raise profile of gender equality issues and government commitments, and also stimulate public debates. So I think beyond improving program development and management, gender audits can also have a positive impact. So as Siri was talking earlier about the impact of these audits. So we can also raise the profile of gender equality issues and government commitment. And also, I think it can also stimulate really important public debates, and also prompting legislators, the media, and other key stakeholders. So CEF, we also working right now on a series of publications, Collaborating for Change, which is for civil society organizations, and how they can collaborate with audit offices. So I think that part of engaging key stakeholders is also key, and also to work with diverse stakeholders. So in terms of gender equality, I think that would be also maybe some key stakeholders that maybe auditors, audit offices are not used to collaborate with or to engage with. So for example, women organizations and any organization working on gender equality, or they work on other topics such as health education, but include a gender lens to their work, and it's mainstream in their work. And I think also the stakeholders can also have a really large networks and also proximity with beneficiaries of program and proximity with communities. So I think it's a key aspect that needs to be considered in these audits. And also, well, just to say that the impact of an audit can be different factors that can influence the impact, right? So it can be something more internal in terms of planning the audit, the professional judgment or innovation, consideration of government priorities, but it can also be external, can also be some external influence, which are not always easy. For example, the interest of the media or parliamentarians in a given topic, right? So okay, we can move to the next slide, please. Okay, so in that one, it's just to show some examples of questions that could be asked when identifying gender equality audit topics. So that would be more in the audit topic selection phase. So these questions, we refer to groups. So we talk about groups of people, and by that, we want to include, inclusiveness and intersectionality, which can include a lot of identity factors, right? So women and men of different groups. So we talk about, for example, age, religion, economic status, So all these aspects that can be important to consider. So these are some of the questions auditor could be asking. For example, does the subject matter being considered for audit directly impact people? Do they also, do this topic likely impact groups differently? So that brings you to think a bit about which groups are we targeting, which group this project or this program is targeting, and are they impacted differently? And then we can ask, is the subject matter likely improving the situation equally for all these groups, the target groups? And then is there any indication the subject matter has possible unintended differential impacts on different groups? So it can have sometimes some different impacts. So it's important to look at these questions and then if the subject matter present barriers for different groups. So these are some of the questions we ask and we encourage our fellows also when they start their audit project to ask this question and find out if, how gender equality can be included in their audit. So obviously in this audit selection topic phase, it will be, auditors will be looking at risk, but also potential interest, auditability, and value added. So in terms of auditability, of course, looking at political will within the audit office and the administration of the auditee, but also availability of experts, because they will need some subject matter experts, and also the existence of sex or gender disaggregated data, including some trend data. So they will have to look at also all these aspects when considering this topic. Can move to the next slide. So on this one, I'm talking about potential indicators that gender equality is at risk. So these are only some examples because obviously there's much more aspects that can be considered. But in this one, I'm talking about, for example, the gender-based analysis has not been conducted or insufficient attention is paid to completed analysis. So when we talk about gender-based analysis, it's looking at, for example, the process by which a policy, program, or initiative can be examined for its impact on different groups of women and men. So it really gives, basically capture the realities of these groups and how they are affected differently by a specific issue at a specific time. So if a gender-based analysis has not been conducted, it's a potential indicator that gender equality is at risk. So that means this program has not been considering this aspect in the design of the program, but also in other phases of the design of the program, like implementation, monitoring, evaluation of the program. So this is quite important. So as an example, if we look at, for example, there's a higher dropout rate from school for girls from rural communities, but there's no analysis to know why or how current initiative would be addressed. Would address this issue. So we don't know the why, we haven't done this analysis, so that is a potential risk. And in terms of program design, does not consider gender issues. So again, it's also related to the gender-based analysis because there's no analysis that's been done. So we don't know if this program could harm or have consequences on certain groups of people, on target groups. So the staff has not been, they have not been trained in gender equality issues. So that can also be something that is very important to consider. So they do not know, for example, a program that provides a credit facility had established different needs for women and men, but staff has not received training in how the program could be adapted to the needs of these beneficiaries. So if there's no training, they're not sure how to adapt to the needs of these populations. So that's another one. No mechanism to allow staff to raise gender-based issues. So that one is also in the entity. So they do not consider perspective of middle management or staff about program issues affecting gender equality. There's no encouragement to raise issues during meetings or through suggested processes. So that's another one. Organizational culture does not stress the need for gender equality. So this one as well, there's no, for example, indication that program performance information is disaggregated by sex and gender. There's no inclusion of gender lens. It's not seen as a priority for the organization. So that's another one. And the last one is the auditee does not collect disaggregated data. So there's no data available, but also there might not be the quality of the data, the analysis. So sometimes the data is collected, but it's not, the quality of the data is not great, or the staff hasn't been trained to collect this data, or it's collected but not analyzed. So that's another aspect to consider. So we can move to the next slide, please. So on this one, I just wanted to talk a bit about an experience from a CAF SAIs partner. So this audit was on providing medical care for government officials. So I'm not gonna go into too many details on that one, but I just wanted to explain a bit the process of considering gender in that audit topic, and also how we guided our alumni fellow who worked on that audit. So the audit objective was to determine whether the payroll directorate and then the entities responsible for ensuring the medical care of state officials are carrying out activities effectively and efficiently. So in terms of considering gender equality, so this the alumni fellow used the tools and asked the different questions that we saw in the previous slide, but also looking at, okay, in the past, what has been done. So he looked at basically the framework, the regulatory framework that was there before 2006. And they found that there was discrimination against women in that framework, which women public servants could not ensure health coverage for their spouse or members of the family before 2006. So there's been a change there after 2006, and they found that, so he looked at all this data and found that there's more, the proportion of women public servant ensuring health coverage for their family is increasing slowly. And there's obviously a very big difference between men percentage as public servants. So men represent 72% of public servants versus women represent 27%. So there was already a big gap there. But also it was quite interesting to look at the increase of, so on that period, 2014 to 2018, they looked at the increase, but it was a really small increase of women public servant ensuring health coverage. So that was quite interesting to look at these in that topic and how it could include that gender lens. So I'll move to the next slide. So the value added of including the gender dimension to that audit was to obviously see if it runs on whether or not comply with regulation is a key point of attention, given the importance given to the implementation of the national strategy. So they have a national strategy for gender equity and gender equality. So that was quite important to look at these national commitments on gender equality. And in terms of recommendation related to gender equality in that audit, so they basically recommended to initiate a review of the legal framework in order to adapt it to the requirements of consistency, efficiency, and equity in social security, and continuing at updating the family cluster of government officials. So that's how he looked at the gender lens in that topic. And it's quite interesting to work with the fellows because they audit very different topics, and we have to look at how we include the gender lens in that topic. So they have, some topics can be maybe easier to include a gender lens, like for example, education of girls and boys, health. So the social issues as well, it might be easier, but other topics can be also more challenging to include a gender lens. So I guided them, and it was quite interesting to go through that process with them. So we'll move to the next one. So in terms of the challenges, well, of course, it was mentioned during our mentoring sessions with the fellows, but also during our courses, that there are some important challenges for auditors when auditing this topic. So many mentioned the political will, so to make this topic a priority, and also to make it also, since resources are limited, so human and financial resources can be limited, and also capacity to hire subject matter experts, so gender equality experts, and also lack of internal capacity, providing training to audit teams. Some people mentioned lack of tools and guidance, limited access to disaggregated data by different identity factors. So it can be gender disaggregated data, but could also be disaggregated data by, for example, location, age, economic status. All this information is many times often very limited, and this can be a big challenge for auditors. Resistance to talk about gender equality from the side, but also from the auditee. So we've seen that. We also see it sometimes in our SAI Leaders program on gender mainstreaming. It's a subject that it's still there's still a lot of resistance to talk about these issues. So now we'll do a poll. I have a poll question for participants. So my question is, what are the biggest challenges you have encountered or you are expecting to encounter when auditing this topic? So these are the challenges I just mentioned on the previous slide. So you can mark one or many of them. You can also use the chat if you want to mention maybe some of your experiences working on that topic or some of the challenges. So we'll give a few seconds. Okay, let's see, do we have the results? Okay, so it's, we see that there's a percentage, well, 22% mentioned political will and also limited access to disaggregated data. The others, so less mentioned the resistance to talk about gender equality from the SAI and the auditee. So it's kind of the proportion is even, so there's not like a one that strike out from that. So okay, great, interesting. Thank you. So we'll continue with the last slide. Okay, well, just to finish my presentation, I just wanted to mention that CAF also work with elected officials. So we do capacity development. So we offer resources and workshops for elected officials on oversight committees, mostly the public account committees. And we do all across the level of government in Canada and with our partner countries and other countries as requested. We also launching a self-paced online capacity development program for PAC members to complement our face-to-face work. And we will include a module on gender equality, so information for elected officials, and an SDG guide for elected officials. So that's why I wanted to mention it, because it's related to the topic I discussed today. And just to close, I would like to thank AFROSAI-E again for the invitation to this workshop, and also thank the host and the guest speakers. And I will be available for questions and comments, so feel free to enter your questions in the chat. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Marie, for a very good and insightful presentation on your experiences in Canada regarding this gender equality. You know, as you presented, I also wondered exactly, especially some of the areas that you have provided in terms of your audit objectives, including the questions that you have had to ask And then it took me back to the World Bank and the publication that has been, I think, published in recent times about this whole gender equality. Now, if you allow me to read, it says here that gender disparities also take shape in unequal opportunities to participate fully in economic life. UN Women found that women are less likely than men to participate in labor market and more likely to be unemployed. In fact, women are paid less, earning 77 cents less every dollar earned by a man, and bear disproportionate responsibility for unpaid care and domestic work. So, I mean, you can just imagine why we as auditors, and in terms of our own role, our work becomes very critical. And the only way we can become critical is by engaging the processes and also calling on to the platform and the voice that we have been given to highlight some of these issues that we keep talking about. In the morning when we started, I think we also did mention the importance of why we then need to audit some of these issues, especially when you come to the SDG related to gender and equality. Why is it so important? One, we said the recommendations from the work that we do can certainly go a long way in trying to improve and also highlight the challenges that this area, is facing. So I want to thank you that from the audit perspective, that we see how our SAIs are quickly trying to realign themselves in terms of their capacity building, as we saw before, and now in terms of actually performing and going about to do the work that has been done. I want to thank everyone else who has also been presently and attending our discussions this afternoon. If there are any questions, I hope that those can also be responded to in our chat box. I see some already sharings that have been done by Marie. Thank you so much again. There is a practice guide on auditing the gender equality and the SDGs as well. So colleagues, you can actually go to the chat and see if you can access some of those resources. Earlier on, I saw that also Dr. Siri had also shared the ISAM that Noel talked about. So if you could also go and consult for those of you who are more interested in knowing what that is all about and how far you want to learn about it, so please go on that end. The materials that we have shared, it has been said that those will also be made available to you, colleagues. But want to thank each and everyone who has given their support through the chat functions and encouragement, and also shared their own experiences as far as these gender issues are concerned. I know that we are very close to the end of the program, but before that, we still have some very important aspects to touch base on. And according to the program, we should be now moving on to the next presentation. Seeing that I am not seeing so much of questions, I could encourage that if there are questions, please put them, and when time allows, we will definitely come back to them. But for now, allow me to hand over the floor back to my colleague Mariana, who will also introduce to us some of our presentations, our great presenters this afternoon. Mariana, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Joshua, and thank you, Maria Elena. That was really an excellent presentation, and I really encourage our SAIs to go into the documentation and access the information about gender auditing. And yes, if there's any more questions, as Joshua said, please let us know, we'll answer that. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Emmanuel Isaac, the Audit Director from SAI Eritrea. I'm very proud of SAI Eritrea because they are the first in our region that submitted the gender strategy and gender policy to us for review. And we wanted to find out what was the journey that they followed. And Emmanuel said he's going to tell us more about it. So over to you, Emmanuel. In Asmara. Thank you.
Can you see this, my screen, maybe?
Yes, we can. We can. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. We can hear you also.
Okay, that's nice. So, good morning and good afternoon, colleagues and friends. My name is Emmanuel Isaac. I'm part of the team who prepared the gender policy and strategy in our office. I'm also a father of 3 girls and 6, have also six sisters. So I don't think there is more reason for a person to be an advocate of gender empowerment. In the coming few slides, I'm going to discuss with you the journey that we traveled in preparing our gender policy and strategy. The topic of discussion are organized in 4 items. The first one, we're going to discuss about the background of SAI Eritrea in terms of gender issue. Next, we're going to discuss why we decided to develop the strategy, followed by the process we followed in preparing the strategy and the policy document. And finally, we will inform you our status currently in the implementation of the policy and the strategy. In terms of SAI background, I think it's appropriate to start about the Eritrean context. In Eritrea, gender equality is not something that's bestowed by or gifted by men, but it has been realized in a very long history of struggle and active participation in every economic, social, and political context of Eritrean thing. Unfortunately, that's not the case in our office. Until the early 2000, I believe it's 2001 or 2002, out of the total team leaders in our office, about 20% were team leaders. And similarly, we had 6 middle and top management. We're talking about the Auditor General, 2 Deputy Auditor Generals, and 3 directors. And out of these 6, 2 of them were directors, which amounts to 33%. Currently, this number has fell dramatically, making it like only 4% of our team leaders are female colleagues. And while the number of the mid and top level management has increased from 6 to 12, there is only 1 director in the group. In terms of our capacity, we are about 139 in total. And out of this, over 47% or more or less 35% of the total workforce of the OAG are currently female. So this is the background that I want to share with you. And the reason that we decided to develop the policy and the strategic strategy action plan for the gender issue is most importantly the one we've been discussing in the previous slide, which is the gender issue. As you have seen, the dramatic decline in women empowerment in the office was the most important triggering point to prepare the strategy. But equally, we would like also to be part of the gender equality and women empowerment of SDG 5. And I believe it's SAI 12 that talks about leading by example. So we want to be a leading agent also in terms of gender equality in the country. But equal with that, also a recommendation that came from our partners, colleagues in AFROSAI-E, the IDI, UNDP, and other development partners and friends were also equally an encouraging point for us to prepare the document. What comes next was to prepare the document, and the preparation of the document started at the top level. It was actually handled by the Auditor General himself. And when he read the report on the gender balance in the office, he was concerned, so he has to summon both of his deputy auditor generals. They discussed about it, and they decided to take action to correct whatever is going on in the office. So based on that, the Auditor General assigned the technical committee to draft the gender policy and strategy for the office. The technical committee is about 14 people from top, middle, and lower management. So the technical committee established a focal group of 3 members and delegated the preparation on the drafting of the document to the group. So the focal group first conducted a vast gender analysis, not only in the OAG, but also at a country level. And in doing this, we gathered country level policy documents, which also includes the draft constitution, specifically talking about the gender balances and the gender empowerment issue. And then there was also a national gender policy and action plan prepared by the National Union of Eritrean Women. And there was also other reports prepared by the Minister of National Development, by the Minister of Finance, and other agencies such as the UN, the World Bank, and everything. So we gathered all these documents. And we also interviewed officials of the National Union of Eritrean Women to understand the approach and the value they follow in handling the issue of gender in Eritrea. And we also try to refer several similar documents over the net. We were actually looking for documents prepared by sister SAIs. Unfortunately, we could not find any, but we also know that gender is not profession specific. So whatever we found over the net was also a good reference. So based on this, we prepared the first draft and submitted it to the technical committee and the National Union of Eritrean Women. Parallel to that, we also shared the documents with AFROSAI-E experts for their technical advice. We're talking about Mariana now. And both of these 3 parts, especially Mariana, gave us a very detailed feedback and guidance on the preparation of the documents. Our technical members of technical committee also came with several comments and point of amendments. Similarly, the National Union of Eritrean Women also gave us some advice. So we considered all these comments and guidance, and we amended the document accordingly and submitted it for the Auditor General for his approval. So currently, the document is approved by the Auditor General and is a standing document in the OAG. We have started incorporating issues related to gender in our corporate documents. specifically in HR documents such as the training policy, the management development plan, and others. Also, fortunately for us, we are in the middle of midterm evaluation of our strategic plan. And we have also identified some important objectives to incorporate in our strategic plan, which will run until the year 2023. In the meantime, preparations are underway for the full implementation of the action plan. And we have also started doing some activities identified in the strategic plan of the gender document, such as we're trying to establish a daycare in our office, where the mothers can come to the office with their child, with their babies. And we have ordered some baby cribs, like baby beds, at least where they can use to nap, where the babies can use it for napping during working hours. So this is where we are now. But in the coming few months, we are trying to conduct a gender awareness session. We have already identified an gender expert who is working for the UN agencies. We were trying to able to locate with the help of the National Union of Eritrean Women. The union have also promised us to assist us in making the gender awareness session. During this gender awareness session, we are going to also to roll out the gender policy and action plan that we have already prepared. And based on that, we are going to establish a gender focal group, because the focal group prepared by the technical committee was only for the preparation of the document. But now we have to establish a proper focal group who will be a liaison between the National Union of Eritrean Women and the Office of the Auditor General. The group will also be responsible for the monitoring of the implementation of the activities identified in the action plan. So finally, we are going to start reporting on our activities in regards to gender. I think this is what I would like to share with you. If there is any questions, that you can also type it in the chat box. And I promise I will be back with our response. Thank you for your kind attention. And I will finish my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I am so proud of you, and what you've done is absolutely wonderful work. Being the pioneers in our region, embarking on this journey. So congratulations from our side. We just recently did a culture values assessment in the OAG Eritrea. And I'm so happy to report such a healthy culture where staff are just so committed and engaged to the organization, and really a very, thank you so much, a really memorable organization. Okay, I just want to see which questions we have. I think, Emmanuel, all that I see is just congratulations all the time. Very interesting, brilliant, good job, SAI Eritrea. Congratulations to SAI Eritrea. This is a step to gender equality. So I think you can give yourselves a good hand in Eritrea. Brilliant presentation from SAI Somalia, your neighbors, wonderful. I don't see any questions. Such an inspirational journey. May all SAIs mirror such success in the near future. SAI Eritrea is doing great. This is from Prudence, yeah. So I think we just have some congratulations and great job, Eritrea, also from Mona Lisa. Yeah, wonderful. Emmanuel, thank you so much. I don't know if there's anything more that you would like to say.
I think there is a question from Ellen from Canada, which says that how we are going to select the focal group. And I would briefly say that we will seek an expert advice from the National Union of Eritrean Women how to establish a focal group. But currently, I believe that it should be a balance between men and women. And so after all, we're talking about gender, not only about women, but also that should include men. But I would say that I think we're going to need an expert advice from our partners. Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you for answering that. Any more questions, Joshua? I don't know if you can see more questions.
And it's just the same support from the colleagues back to Emmanuel and Eritrea. So I see some coming in from Caroline, great job, Eritrea. Tokon, well done indeed, and Steve as well, well done. So I guess SAI Eritrea has been very inspirational, at least, and also in a way they have, provoked the thoughts of those that are watching to see that they could also pay a very huge, attention themselves if the SAI of Eritrea can actually embark on this journey, and now they are at the point where they will start implementing. So certainly it is something that we know that is also possible for those who are also thinking about it. And I'm thinking that they could also be available to share their journey and experiences with the colleagues within our region. So
Yes.
that is all I get to see in coming in. It's more of, it's interesting to see what they've done. They are very happy that Eritrea has taken the step that they have taken, and well done for them, says Marebogo.
Okay, wonderful. Is there more questions?
There is a question, I think Prudence is also asking if there's any link between the gender strategy and the one for the AFROSAI-E, Mariana? A link between the gender strategy and the one for AFROSAI-E. I guess this is in light with the one that SAI Eritrea has developed.
Yes, I think it's aligned because we've developed one internally for us as a secretariat, a gender policy for us. And every SAI, every organization is different, and your targets, where you want to go with gender is very unique to your situation. And I think what is very, very important is, of course, the leadership commitment. I just see AG Eritrea being involved, and that is really, really important, as well as, also looking at political will, involving people from the community. I think that is absolutely excellent. And I think in that case, that is also what we would like to do from our side in AFROSAI-E. I think on this note, Emmanuel and the team from Eritrea, I'm so glad that you were able to join us. I know you sometimes struggle with connectivity, but it was perfect and very inspirational, and thank you once again. So I'm going to go over to do a bit of HR issues, but when you look at gender, it is not an HR issue, and there's a lot of HR people in the audience this afternoon. And I always say to write an HR strategy or to write a gender strategy is the complexity of these type of strategies is on the level of writing the SAI strategy. So for HR people and people that are responsible for writing strategies and strategic plans and goals, this is for you, because this is how we're going to implement and integrate gender in the SAI's vision, values, strategy, and mandate. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'm just going to touch on certain things because during the HR workshop that is coming up, this year's annual HR workshop, we're going to spend a day on how to develop your gender strategy. So I will go into more detail, but I think for the bigger audience, what I want to do is just to say just some quick tips of how to think about gender in a bit of a broader context. I'm going to go over to the next slide here. So all of you know that your SAI has got a vision, and the vision is the future that you want to create. And I want to give you some examples of how to incorporate gender in your SAI vision. So I just took one of the SAI visions that I could find, and we include saying to be an independent, transparent, gender equal, and effective audit institution that promotes public accountability for the benefit of our society. So when you start with a vision incorporating gender in your vision, then you can pull it through to your values, to your strategic plan, and that is the process that I'm going to explain in more detail when I do the training for the SAIs on how to develop your gender policy. Now, very, very important is that when you look at the values of your SAI actually governs the behavior of the staff. How do you want your staff to behave, and what do you expect from your staff in terms of reaching your vision? So I took an example of an organization that has included gender equality as one of their values. So, for example, they have transparency as one of their values, accountability and transparency in the operations of the OAG. Then they have a value of gender equality, a culture of equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities for all staff, regardless of gender. So that is some ways that you can also incorporate gender in your values. So then there's integrity and professionalism, but that could also be how you incorporate gender equality. When you look at your strategic goals, so what I've done is I've taken one of the SAI's strategic plans, and just to give you an indication of how you can include gender in your strategic goals, which is actually your plan of action for your journey. So for example, one of the 5 goals of one of the SAIs is to enhance the independence of the OAG. Second goal is to strengthen organization and management capacity of the OAG. And goal 3 is all around people. So here we say to enhance the competence of and commitment of the OAG staff. And some of the objectives under that is to advance gender equality in the HR processes. Another objective is to develop and implement a training and professional development strategy. And then there's some of the other goals in terms of quality of audit services and as well as the communication practices. So that is just an example of how you can integrate and pull in gender in your strategy. Okay, so this is so quick, but I just wanted to give you a big overview before we go into setting your gender targets. So what I did here is actually to look at the information that I received from the gender assessment, and I just took a real example, and I will show you now. Let me show you. Okay, so this is a real example of one of the SAIs in our region and their gender distribution. So This SAI specifically has got 65% men and 35% women. And this is the distribution of men and women per level. So you will see currently there's 485 people in the SAI, and operations level there's 62% men. On the team lead level there's 26% women. Middle management 40%. On director level, they do not have any women. DIG 50%. So there's two. So there's one woman and one man, and then the AG is also male. So that makes up the percentage. So if you have that, then it's so much easier to set your targets. So an example of a size gender distribution per level is, remember we spoke about, we want to move the baseline to a very balanced 50%, around 50% distribution. So the target, for example, for this site could be, they're currently 35% women and 45%, and the target could be then 45%. So we're moving closer towards a more balanced distribution. But you will see that this is not something that happens quickly. And it's something that really needs a lot of work. So this is just an example, but that is an idea of where you can move to. So you'll see the baseline is in 2021 is 35, and the gender target in 2025. So we're talking about 4 years, 4 or 5 years, that you need to move about 10%. That is big. That is really adventurous. Okay, so this is an example very quickly, and as I said, today I'm just basically touching on the tip of the iceberg of how to do this, just making it very simple. Just to say that you need to put together a matrix, something like this, where you say that on ops level, you currently have 38% women. In 2022, you want to move it up to 40, so 2%. In 2023, 42, 2024, 45, 2024, 48, and your target in 2025 may be looking at 50%. And how are you going to do that? The only way you can increase your operational level is through recruitment. And I know that is one of the most difficult areas, but we're going to talk about it in more detail. When we talk about team lead, it's getting more difficult. The more you move up in the corporate ladder to increase female distribution and female targets, it's going to get more difficult. So now we're talking about level progression. What things are you going to put in place so that you can take out women and put them in a team level, a team leader position, to increase your women representation on team lead? In middle management, one of the things that you can do to improve your target is actually to invest a lot of money and effort in training and professional development of women. And also leadership development. Really, when there's any opportunities, please ensure that you have a good equal representation of males and females when you send people for leadership training. On director level, something that you can really look at is really looking at mentorship programs for women, because it is very difficult from director level, DIG and AG. Really, you need somebody that can guide you. What is the right things to do, networking, mentoring. So that is the type of things to really improve gender representation on a more senior level. So this is just quickly an example of how you can put together a matrix. And I see I've made a mistake there. There's two 2024s. Yes, so, but we will talk about that in more detail when I have the HR workshop that we're going to do in more detail, how to do your target setting. Okay, so I just want to know if there's any questions and comments. I don't know, Joshua, have you seen any questions?
The questions still, I think, flowing in from the previous discussion, that is a spillover also from SAI of Eritrea, and also Strats, not yet particularly for this presentation that you've given in terms of the gender flow.
Okay, so I don't see anything. Okay, so I think let's move over to the next presentation. So the reason why I asked my colleague Cynthia to do this is she is responsible for integrated reporting. She's also our monitoring and evaluation manager. And what we want to do is here, it is so important to report on your gender equality in your annual report, because this is going to help you to track your progress. This is going to get investors and development partners to really look at you differently and see what are you doing, because as we also said in the video, you know, investors and people, development partners look differently if gender equality is something that you are striving for. They are looking differently in supporting you, promoting you as an organization. So I'm quickly going to introduce Cynthia. Cynthia is the monitoring evaluation manager here at AFROSAI-E. And she has 15 years of experience managing multi-regional programs, including girls and women empowerment programs across the African continent in public health and public administration and the development sector. As I said, she is currently supporting us at the Secretariat to set up a monitoring, evaluation and learning systems. And she's working with the SAIs in the region to strengthen their own systems. So Cynthia, over to you. Thank you for making yourself available.
Thank you. I'm just going to quickly set up my screen. Okay. I assume you can see my slides, Mariana?
Cynthia, we've got your slides. We're going to put them on.
No, I'm going to share them from this side. Can you see them?
Okay, we don't see them as yet.
Okay, let me just try that again.
Oh, okay. We see them now. We see them now. You can go ahead. Wonderful.
Okay. Fantastic. All right. Thank you, Mariana, for the opportunity to share on-site reporting on gender equality. This is a topic that I'm very much interested in, although my focus primarily at this stage is on monitoring and evaluation. But when you look at M&E systems, they go right through from planning to reporting, and gender being a very important issue in SAIs, I think it's important that we also look at addressing it. My presentation outline for today is touching on 3 key aspects: why report on gender, why is it even necessary to start reporting on gender, what to measure and report on when you do start reporting on gender, what are the key issues to look at, and then thirdly, how to include gender aspects in your annual report to make sure that it's a meaningful message to the reader and to your audience. Okay, so touching on the first one on why report on gender and when we're talking about reporting on gender here, we're talking primarily at the SAI annual reports. And from the stats that were shared throughout this morning, we have noted that 46% of SAIs in the region are reporting on gender. Less than half include gender priorities in their strategic plan, which is a concern, because if what we have noted is that what is measured and reported on is more likely to be prioritized. If you're not reporting on something, it's less likely to receive attention, it's less likely to receive resources, both technical and financial. So reporting on an issue really makes it a priority in the organization. And I think when we're talking about gender issues, these are things that should be taken seriously. It also enables for better planning and action. Reporting on an issue then enables you to plan better and respond to those plans through actions that are implemented throughout the organization. And because what happens when you are reporting, like I'm saying, it shines light on a specific area. And therefore, if you're going to be then prioritizing on reporting on it, you want to make sure that you've got something to report at the end of the year. You want to make sure that you have made progress, and therefore you plan better for it, and you're more likely to be active in terms of implementation. And as Mariana just touched on in her introduction just now, is that institutions that prioritize gender issues are better placed to receive donor support and funding. Why is this? It's because it's also a reflection of fair labor practices in the organization itself. It shows conscientious leadership, and partner organizations, development partners, donors are more likely to back an organization that shows fair labor practices, that shows conscientious leadership, that provides equal opportunities for everybody. So I think, other than promoting those gender issues in the organizations itself, it has a catalyst effect in that once you start doing something around gender, you also attract more funding and resources to the organization. Because I heard some people lamenting on the fact that normally with gender issues, there isn't enough resources. Leadership doesn't always prioritize finances for it, technical resources for it, but it is a catalyst effect. Start somewhere, start small, start reporting where you are, and it will garner more traction once you do that. Also holds institutions accountable for their commitments on gender equality. Once you start reporting on an issue as a SAI, you are more likely to be accountable on that issue. It also then, you're leading by example. It also holds government and parliament, auditees, partners, donors, all the stakeholders that you're working with accountable, because they are all stakeholders in implementing the work that you're doing as a SAI. So as government, when you're doing those reports, when you're highlighting the issues around gender within your own institution, it holds government accountable to make sure that if an institution is receiving government funding, that they continue to do so, and that they earmark some funding specifically for it. It holds Parliament also accountable in terms of some of the national laws, policies, around gender that are implemented within the country and how they affect institutions such as the SAI. It holds auditees accountable in terms of you leading by example, but also when you do your audits, because it is a priority in the SAI, in your own reporting, you're more likely to make it a priority in the types of audits that you do. And you also then hold your auditees accountable in terms of gender issues. And likewise with your partners and donors, like I've mentioned before. So it really does have this catalytic effects around the institutions that you're working with within the SAI itself, within the different levels of government. So it's just really key that as SAIs, we make sure that we're reporting on gender issues and make it a priority. And then, like I've also mentioned, it stimulates change through the data collection processes within the SAI itself. Once you start collecting data on certain statistics within your own organization, you might be surprised at what you find. I think a lot of times we're not really aware of the gender disparities that are prevalent in our own institutions. And it's only when you have data sitting in front of you that you're confronted with some of the gender imbalances within the organization in terms of the distribution of male and female across departments, across levels within the organization, in terms of opportunities that are afforded to everybody. So it's really important to start collecting this data, and that will then stimulate change within the SAI itself. And then the second aspect we want to talk about is what to measure and report on. Some considerations before you start looking at gender. Think about it. What change do you want to see? What does success look like for your organization? It can be small changes or more organizational changes. And what I'm talking about here, you could be looking at aspects like more women being promoted to senior decision-making positions. As we've noted in the discussions throughout this day, that is not just about employing more women within the organization. It's also about making sure that across all genders, both male and female, are afforded the same opportunities in terms of getting training, in terms of being promoted, in terms of taking leadership positions. And it can start small with being team leaders, being asked to make presentation on certain things, being asked to lead a team on certain audits, being asked to lead a team within the organization in terms of projects within the SAI itself, and providing opportunities for women that are not always have to be formalized. And in so doing, the skill base of the organization also grows. And so I think at times when we're talking about gender issues, we think it's this huge task, this huge mountain that you need to climb, and it will take a lot of resources, it will take a lot of political will, but you can start where you are. And I think the example that we're given by SAI Eritrea is a good example, because I think politically and nationwide, the change within certain institutions has been slow, but they can do something within their own organization, and that's something that they have recognized. And by reporting on this and trying to look at your organization and sitting down and saying, okay, what is it that we can do now? What change can we effect now with what we have, with the resources that we have? And then once you start doing that, it will attract more resources. I have a good example of some of the disparities across countries when it comes to gender issues. And when we're talking about gender issues, I think it was mentioned in the introduction, we're not just talking about women. Gender is male and female. One interesting fact is when it comes to paternity leave, for fathers in South Africa, it's only 10 days, whereas in Sweden, it's 240 days each, regardless of gender. So if you've got two parents in the household, male and female, the male also gets 240 days paternity leave. And this is something that speaks to some of the gender issues that we're talking about. At times it can be looking at the small things that can effect change within your own organization. Yes, the minimum might be 10 days within South Africa, but as a SAI, you could say, okay, for our SAI, this is the number of days we want to look at, and make sure that men are also involved in raising their children, and something that can be more active and hands-on. And this is a small change, but it's significant in that it catalyzes other institutions to also consider some of the policies that they have, and at Parliament and at government level to also maybe start reviewing some of the policies that are implemented within the country. You could also look at more diverse, inclusive roles across the whole organization and across departments in terms of what change you want to see. Another consideration is, are there existing national indicators or policies that could be used or adapted? You don't have to go too far in terms of maybe looking at what it is that you can start implementing within your own side. Look at your national policies. What are the national policies that are being implemented within the country that could possibly give you some light in terms of what to focus on in terms of gender within your own context. We know that in South Africa, we've got a gender-based violence. We've got a movement against gender-based violence. And this is something that a SAI could even look at and say, okay, this is our national policy. How can we bring this into our own context? How can we bring awareness of this issue within our own environment, within our own SAI? What kind of gender awareness topics can be discussed within the SAI, and start from there in terms of some of the actions that can be made, and then also look at what legal frameworks exist that may enable or inhibit gender equality. Because when you really look at the legal frameworks, there's some legal frameworks that are very helpful in terms of promoting gender equality within countries, whereas there are some policies that can really hinder the progress that you want to make. So have a look at some of these policies and see how you can work with them. Where they are restrictive, you can see within your own organization what you can do within that maybe sits within your context. A few examples that I can think of. In 2020, women only account for 25% of parliamentary roles, and men still occupy the vast majority of leadership roles. But one thing that was very interesting that we noted is that there was a UN report that came out recently that said 131 countries have enacted over 274 legal and regulatory reforms in support of gender equality. So there is change that is happening across countries globally in terms of gender awareness. And closer to home in Rwanda, a constitutional amendment was made in 2003 that mandated that at least 30% of the country's parliamentary seats be reserved for women. And this is something that was quite progressive back in 2003, and is something that can then be filtered down to the SAI context. If at national level they have 30% of women, how can this be filtered down into our own institutions? And these are policies that exist across different countries. So this could be a good place to start to look at your own legal frameworks and see how you can make sure that you translate this into your own context. Also look at what information already exists or is being collected to assist in tracking changes. So already within your SAI, you might not have a gender policy or gender strategy that is already in place, but you might be collecting certain information on gender already through the employment records, through training records, and those can be a rich source of data in terms of what is already happening within your SAI. So look at that information, see what you're already collecting, how you can improve on that data that you're already collecting, what gaps are there in terms of information, and then through some of the steps that we're talking about today, you can then see how to come up with a more formalized way of collecting information that will help you in the reporting stages. So because you can't really start reporting if you haven't started collecting data along the way. So this is a really important thing to consider before you start. Just do a thorough assessment of your national indicators, your legal frameworks, the data that you're collecting, see where you are now, and then you'll be able to make a plan in terms of going forward in data collection for gender. And then the next point is, how can you ensure small changes are being measured? Because like I've mentioned before, it's not an insurmountable change that you have to always think about making. You can start with the small changes in terms of providing opportunities for all your staff for training opportunities. I know at the moment a lot of our training is happening online, so that's a good start already to make sure that you're involving more women in this kind of training if it wasn't happening already. When the training starts, when traveling starts, also affording opportunities for women if they were not being afforded that opportunity. Also looking at other small changes in terms of making the work environment more conducive for both genders, looking at the working hours, how can you make them more flexible for mothers, for young mothers? How can you, we heard the example of Eritrea right now with having a daycare center. So these are things that they have already looked at and said, okay, based on this, how can we retain more females within the organization? Why are females not being promoted to leadership positions? So maybe then that can give you that kind of information to say, okay, maybe there are some competing challenges, there are competing priorities for women in this stage of their life in terms of the responsibilities at home and being able to then assume certain leadership roles. And then as an organization, how can we help women in this situation? And I think those stats that Joshua read earlier are an indication of this. Yes, there's progress has been made, but there's a lot of room for progress in terms of what we can do as institutions. So start where you can, and these are some of the considerations that we need to think about before we start reporting on gender. Start at the planning stage, and these are the planning stages, looking at the data that we have, looking at making sure that we collect the right type of information, and then how we're responding to the data that we're collecting. It's not enough to just collect the data. It's how you respond to the data that is more critical, because that is the information that will then go into your report. And then one thing that I do want to talk about, also speaking around data collection, is selecting gender sensitive indicators. You can't report on something you did not measure and plan for. And it seems like a very obvious statement, but you'd be surprised how many institutions, how many SAIs only think about reporting on certain issues when it comes to compiling the report. Now you're sitting with a Word document in front of you and you suddenly remember, we need to report on gender. Then you try and work backwards to say, okay, fine, we need to report on gender, where can we get the information? It's very difficult to then start reporting on gender when you're faced with a report in front of you. You start reporting on gender in planning, and you need to start by selecting gender sensitive indicators. What are gender sensitive indicators? Simply put, a gender sensitive indicator is simply an indicator that measures gender related changes over time. You want to be able to report on gender, but you also want to show that you have made improvements regarding the gender issues. And it starts with right at the planning stages. Once you have figured out what it is that you want to report on in terms of your message around gender, then you need to then look at indicators, which are going to be the data that you collect to support that story you want to show. So for instance, if as an organization you have your strategy in terms of your organization is making sure that you're inclusive in terms of all gender roles across all departments, across all levels, then that's the kind of gender that you want to start collecting. You want to know how many women you have at the different levels within the organization. You want to collect data on how many women are being promoted. You want to collect data on how many women are staying within the organization as opposed to leaving the organization, so your annual turnover. So those are the kind of, that's the kind of data that you're going to be collecting. And that's what we're talking about, gender sensitive indicators. You want to be able to have that disaggregated data that tells you men versus women in the different departments across the different roles, across maybe the different thematic areas you have within your organization in terms of what kind of roles and responsibilities are given to women within your organization, so that when you come to the reporting, then you can show what actions you have taken to make changes within that data that you're collecting. So having a baseline is very important in terms of these gender indicators.
Cynthia?
Yes?
Thank you. We are very strict with time, and
okay,
I'm supposed to just to let you know you've only got a minute left.
Wow. Okay, I won't be able to finish in a minute, but give me 5.
No, we can't give 5.
Okay. All right. Let me carry on. What changes do you want to see then in regards to gender? So as some examples that I've just mentioned here is number of women promoted to leadership roles, number of men and women attending training, percentage of women in completing professional courses. So these are some of the things that I was talking about in terms of gender. And then where can you get these gender indicators? There are different levels in terms of getting gender indicators. We've got international level, which is looking at the SDGs. We've got the Gender Related Development Index, and then composite indices are basically a combination of different matrices that look at gender. So that's at the international level. Then at the regional level, you've got what is called the Africa Gender Development Index. And this is a combination of looking at quantitative data and qualitative data. There are 42 different indicators that you can look at there. So as a SAI, you can maybe pick some of the indicators from there that you can then use for data collection processes within your own organization. And then obviously then the country level, which is gender indicators at country level. It's very important to make sure that as a SAI, your indicators are also aligned to the national indicators and the policies within your own country. So that's something that you should also look at in terms of the levels of indicators that you collect on. And then lastly is on how to report on gender. Have a clear message on gender first and make sure that you tie it to the vision of the organization. It's very important that your gender message in your report, in your annual report, is tied to the vision of the organization. It shouldn't be a standalone initiative. It should be integrated within what the organization is doing. Use the data collected to communicate that message. Don't just throw stats on a page. You need to be able to look at what is the issue you want to address within your message, and make sure that that is what you're starting off with in terms of reporting on gender. And then what is the challenge? Once you've identified your vision, for instance, you want women to thrive, then look at what is the challenge. At the moment, your SAI might be having a high turnover on women, then you look at the steps that you have taken in terms of addressing that challenge, and then you put in your data to support that. So that information that you've been collecting throughout the process is then what you add in terms of supporting this aspect. And then lastly is how you address, thirdly, how you address the problem. So going forward, how are you making sure that you're addressing the problem to change that statistic on gender? Because you had your baseline. So you want to reduce the turnover on women. You have initiated a certain policies within your organization, certain actions within your organization. So those are the things that you then include in your report to make sure that you're addressing how gender issues within your annual reports. And then lastly, future focus. Making sure that within your report you address how going forward your gender is connected to the organizational strategy and the operational plan. And just a note is that you can't tackle everything about gender in one report. You need to pick your focus areas. So I'll stop there. I had a couple of more slides in terms of just recommendations on how to go about this. But I'll stop there for the sake of time. Thanks, Mariana.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. Yes, we are very strict, and the company here that is organizing us is very strict on me as well. We need to keep into the time limits, but thank you. It was very, very insightful. And absolutely, I'm very happy you also mentioned that when we're talking about gender equality, we're also talking about the men. And we've got a few questions here. I'm just going to mention one or two things before we go over to our next session. Some of the questions that's coming through is around, you know, is gender equality now going to become a thing? And is women that is not deserving going to get positions? That is not how it's going to work. It is definitely on merit. It is not something that's going to come easily to women. It is just the whole culture around what you want to achieve, and not only raising the numbers, but really doing things with integrity and doing your whole gender equality with integrity. I just want to mention that, Joshua, I think that was one of the questions. Then in terms of some of the SAIs are asking that the top management, they've got a good representation in the organization, but their top management is very male focused, and now there's problems in terms of decision making. And it feels that women are not being represented. So that is something that we're going to focus on very much in the HR workshop. And we're going to talk about that in more detail. But as I said, the most important thing is the commitment of top leadership. And I think when we ran the poll this morning, that was the top rated thing to say, that leadership of the SAI need to buy into this initiative. Okay, so now I'm going over to the last session for the day, and I'm going to involve the participants. You know, you've been sitting the whole day not having to say anything, so now is your opportunity to really give your input in terms of how to incorporate gender equality into the HR policies and processes. So what I've decided is, Chris, we've decided just to give you, to play you the video again this morning, that we played this morning, but we're only going to play the last portion on the HR processes, and just to get your mind thinking for the next session. So Chris, over to you if you can play the video for us.
Now we get to incorporate gender equality into the HR policies and processes aligned to the employee life cycle. Let's look at the 8 HR policies and processes that can advance gender equality. In terms of recruitment, SAIs could stipulate how they will advance gender equality by setting recruitment targets for women. In the advertisements, SAIs could indicate that they would give preference to female applicants, for example. When negotiating staff benefits, SAIs could ensure equal benefits for both men and women, and consider offering parental leave, flexible work hours, childcare leave, etc. It is also important to ensure equal compensation for women on similar levels as men. Compensation should always be fair, consistent, and reflective of the external market. In terms of recognition, SAIs should also provide equal recognition to staff for the achievement of individual or team goals, SAI objectives, and professional competency. SAIs could support leaders to conduct equal and fair performance assessments for both men and women. Both men and women should be allowed to give input to their performance plans, objectives, and targets. Equal and fair opportunities for both men and women in terms of training and professional development is one of the most important focus areas for SAIs to achieve gender equality. When it comes to succession planning, it is important to ensure equal opportunities for both men and women to advance to leadership positions. This will support SAIs to improve women representation in middle and top management positions. To retain staff, the SAI needs to make all staff feel valued, recognized, and appreciated. To ensure that female staff stay, SAIs need to foster a true sense of belonging and focus on improving inclusiveness and equality. And lastly, the SAI should ensure equal opportunities for all staff to participate in wellness programs. Staff wellness focuses on engaging all staff by caring for their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Caring for staff well-being will ensure a healthy, balanced, and fulfilled workforce that is productive and effective. In closing, these steps and building blocks will assist SAIs to consider different ways to advance gender equality, but also to develop their own gender equality policy. For more information about the Gender Equality Program, please contact Mariana at AFROSAI-E. Thank you for watching. Please complete your personal reflection on this video.
Okay, thank you for watching again. I hope it refreshed your minds about HR and incorporating HR processes. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to have breakaway sessions. So we're going to have 4 groups. Now on this slide it says you will be randomly placed, but you will not. You can decide which of the 4 groups you want to join. Okay, so the first group I will be heading up, and the group the first group is going to discuss recruitment and how are we going to ensure that we advance women in terms of recruitment. Group 2 is going to be headed up by Cynthia, and she's going to get all your input about how can we advance women to leadership positions. Group 3 is going to be managed by Joshua, and here you need to tell and give input of how you think women should be advanced in terms of training and professional development, or how you have done it in your organization. And Wynand will head up the last group, Group 4, which is going to talk about how are you going to use staff benefits to advance women and create gender equality in the SAI. So we're going to give you 15 minutes in the group, and we want you to come up with at least a list of 5 ways for each of these areas. And then what's going to happen after that, then each of the group leaders is going to give a 5-minute feedback session on this breakaway sessions. So we're going to cut over to the screen where you can decide where you want to go and which group you want to join. Thank you.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on a memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Here's the 50 minutes went like that. We wanted to write so many more things on recruitment, but I've decided let's start with number 3. So, Joshua, on training and professional development, what did your group say? Over to you.
Yeah, a very interesting place. I think it took a little bit a short time to pick up, but eventually did pick up, and I think we had very good inputs from that particular group. I think under the training, we were actually also with the AG of Zimbabwe in that same meeting, and some of the contributions that were given was about creation of awareness. I think the starting point is that we need to create awareness to all staff, whether they are the existing ones or the new ones, and try to highlight the importance of this gender equality issue if we are going to actually begin talking about mainstreaming these important aspects into our audit processes as we go about our day-to-day tasks. Because ultimately, we need to ask our questions: what is gender mainstreaming, and how can we share? How can we be more elaborative and intent about it? And I think also that does speak and resonate very well with what we saw from Marie's presentation earlier from the CAF about how they have managed to turn audit objectives into questions and deliberately investigate those. We also saw that that there's also discussions that we need to start from examining the gaps that gender can highlight for equal training opportunities. And I think also this also goes into the discussions from SAI Uganda's experiences about stake talking, the position where the SAI is as far as the agenda input is concerned. And we get what are these gaps that exist that we can highlight, and also do an analysis as well, and also pilot the audits based on such informed decisions. We also had contribution that on-job training could be useful as a starting point. And also there were ideas about the collaboration that could also be utilized as a way to build capacity around this area. And I think also the region, we do have had a lot of collaborative audits in different thematic areas. And I think this is one way to say, okay, if it has worked for other thematic areas, why can't you do it for the gender equality and mainstreaming audits that could perhaps prove to be useful? So this is also one of those initiatives that are being said we could target. And also, of course, this is possible if we can put this into our operational plans as we continue to deliberately target this area. So that was another contribution. And then there was someone also who presented and said, well, we could also start from extracting the statistics. And those statistics should be able to close the gap that we're able to see whether the statistics will inform how many, for example, women have been trained, in comparison to the men that have been trained. Do we let the women, as I understood it, disadvantaged because of their other natural responsibilities and roles that come their way as and when they go about executing their work? Or do we actually design deliberate strategies that inform the best practices in trying to make sure that they are accommodated? And also that ties very well within what Manuel's presentation from SAI Eritrea was saying, that we acknowledge that we all have to juggle life both at the professional level, but we also do it also at the personal level as well. So if there is the personal aspect of it that could be disadvantaging the professional aspect of it, then maybe that's where we need to start. And I think this is what this person says, that we can then that will promote deliberately the women participation in some of these interventions. So those are some of, briefly, I think also time then caught us. I think Mariana, it would have, I guess, been nice if time had allowed for us to go into further discussions around it, but briefly, I think those are some of the silent messages that are coming in. I see a deliberate need and effort from SAIs to actually apply their minds on it and not do it because it is a nice thing to do. And like you said just before we broke off, that it shouldn't be seen to be nice to be done, but rather that it should be focused on. And focusing on it means these awarenesses that we are saying that need to be created around the area, and also deliberate strategies needed to promote through our annual operational planning and our strategies and so on and so forth.
Thank you so much, Joshua, for that. So we're going over to Cynthia now. Cynthia, what did your group said about succession planning? How can you advance women to leadership positions? What is some of the ideas that you got from your group?
Yeah, my group was very had quite a lot of contributions on the matter. The first one was around sharing the organizational structure and orientation with all the staff so that they understand what the succession plan is and what qualifications they need to be able to be promoted throughout the organization so that they can also aspire to that. So working with people right from the get-go as they join the organization. The second one was around mentoring and training, making sure that there are mentoring programs within the organization, also providing women with leadership responsibilities. It doesn't always have to be formal. So somebody also mentioned the idea of giving them responsibility around leading a small team, doing presentations so that they gain their confidence. And then they can also apply for leadership positions. Also providing leadership courses within the organization so that they can be equipped, because leadership is not just it's not just the technical abilities, but it's also a soft skill. So providing these leadership courses for everyone within the organization, including women. Also making sure that the objective in the organization is well understood in terms of what the organization is driving towards and the role that they want women to play, and making sure that activities are implemented in line with this objective and training people along this and promoting it in line with the objective of the organization. And then another contribution was around national policies, making sure that you understand the national policies and labor regulations within the country, and making sure that the SAI is aligned to these labor policies, and then drawing this into the SAI, making sure that there's ownership at leadership levels in driving succession of women into leadership roles within the organization. And then the last contribution was around the data collection and baseline, making sure that you collect this baseline data and understand what it is that you're working towards and where the gaps exist, and then designing a succession plan in line with this baseline and the gaps identified, and making sure that then the talent acquisition is aligned to the baseline data. Where there are gaps, you make sure there's intake of the right skill sets, gender across the organization, and the framework is aligned to this baseline. So yeah, those were the contributions from my team. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that we're actually recording this session, because I want to make a note of all those things that we can include in our further developments and programs. So thank you so much for that. Wynand, I'm going to give over to you in terms of staff benefits. What did you get?
Thanks, Mariana. Yeah, also a lot of great inputs from the participants. What I was sort of shocked about was the almost archaic principles that some of the audit officers and still apply in terms of having different pay scales and different benefits to the different genders at the SAIs. So for me, the question is, how do we create an environment that is sort of conducive to and allow female employees to grow their personal careers? I think what happens as soon as a female get a child, then yes, there's a support for 4 months or X number of months or for maternity leave. But obviously when the mother is then coming back to work, there's no real recognition of the role that she plays in terms of the upbringing of the child. We know that, you know, generally the mother is responsible to, you know, to take the child to the doctor, when there's something wrong at the daycare center, the mother needs to rush there and sort those type of things out, which obviously makes it then, you know, difficult for that woman to develop her career. So for me, that's the issue. How do we create staff benefits that almost allow them, you know, to develop themselves? I've mentioned about different pay scales, and one of the contributions was that there's difference even between married women and single women and divorced women, you know, where a married woman can work 15 years at an organization and then go in retirement. If it is a single woman, then that same woman or that person needs to work 20 years in that organization before, you know, she can go in retirement. So, I mean, it's those sort of differences which, you know, from a staff benefit, I think, you know, needs to be addressed on country level, you know, which then raises the issue, you know, are we not supposed to audit some of these things, you know, rather than just try and fix it on SAI level? Because if it's happening on the organizational level, at audit office level, then obviously the same problems and challenges will persist at government level. There's some countries or some SAIs that's allowing for paternity leave now, although it's still it sounds like it's sort of the exception. Obviously, the ones that do allow for it, it's fewer days than what the female employees get. I think in us as a secretariat, we get 10 days for the males. I mean, it's at least 10 days more than what I got when I had children, or when we had children. So it's a step in the right direction, but it's a very long way off from the 4 months. And I mean, in our personal environment, you know, my wife is also faced with the same challenges. You know, how do you advance your career if you need to take care of the kids as a let's call it primary caregiver? There was also a lot of comments about the challenge that nursing moms have got in terms of you know, time to nurse the child. Obviously, there's cost implications relating to that. You know, obviously there's especially when the child is young, you know, there's a lot more cost involved, and there were some suggestions that maybe young mothers with younger children should get additional allowances and support in that regard. I think if we can get to a point where there's at least similar payment structures for male and female in organization, and not discrimination, is what we've heard from one of the participants, it will at least be a step in the right direction. So Mariana, I think let's say from a solution point of view, perhaps not as many ideas for staff benefits. I think there's a lot of thinking that needs to take place. You know, how can you support? But definitely, if it's included in the HR strategies or the organizational strategies, hopefully these type of things can be addressed. And again, we spoke about the reporting on gender equality matters in the annual report of your organization. These are the type of things that can be reported on to raise awareness, and hopefully also to audit some of that at government level. Thanks a lot.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Wynand. Yes, absolutely. There's so many things that can be done, and it should be a group effort of the whole SAI, because as you said, every SAI is different, every situation is different, and the commitment and working together to really establish equality is the most important thing. In terms of recruitment, so I'm coming back to group 1. Also, wonderful comments from Ghana and from Rwanda, Uganda. Thank you so much. What my group said is that you know, very important is when you do advertisements to say that you are an equal employer. And in the adverts mentioned that women will be encouraged to apply. And what is very, very interesting coming from Ghana, saying that, you know, what we need to do is we need to go out in the society and really reaching out and communicate to the girls in schools, at universities, accountancy institutions, talking about women in auditing and promoting that. So that is something that I felt that is something that we can do as well. Just because it's always been a male-dominated environment. Now, just tell about women that are being successful in that area and sharing the message. Also, in terms of equal consideration for women when they do any assessments, always remember that when you select women for any position, it should be absolutely done with integrity, and women with the right skills and qualifications should only be considered, you know, not because she's a woman. So their integrity in HR to run this is very important. And then also a comment that, you know, maybe we should not only recruit from the bottom, but when we maybe SAIs should start recruiting from middle management externally, and then really also focus on getting women into top management positions. So I want to end off by saying that we in AFROSAI-E has developed HR assessment